reading through a delicious recipe thread. Um, I have to go shopping tomorrow.
Yep. You know what? If you were my neighbor, I'd give you a bag of frozen shredded beets. Sorry about that. I forgot that I also had a really great playlist associated with that because I always like to listen to great music while I cook, and so it's also in there. And it's I'm remembering good times with those songs.
That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. I will have to check that out later after I'm done doing a bunch of stuff, um, like co-hosting for a while. And so whoever may be trying to listen, I've just fixed YouTube also. But of course, if YouTube was broken, you wouldn't be able to hear it. So yeah. Anyway, I will send messages. So Dave, I think after an hour and 44 minutes, gone all we have expended the borscht and sallow.
Hey, well, we are soup centric, so I don't know if you can
And it
ever.
and it and it all started with the easiest recipe for borscht in the world.
I think that that's kind of a very loose definition of borscht. Um, just you maybe if you put a dash of your apple cider vinegar on that, then I would call it, because it needs more than just two ingredients, I think.
You know
I'm gonna
what? Okay, here's you know what else I could do. Okay, you know what else I could do. Okay, this is the check it
Ketchup,
out. Check it.
ketchup.
Ketchup. I could. I could. I could thaw out some frozen peas and put the frozen peas in it. That would be good too. I could put some frozen.
That would.
I could put some frozen peas and ketchup in it. Now we're really getting complicated here. Poor Delicious is either laughing hysterically or has passed out.
can I do both at the same time? Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, I think NAFO Dave said it's a loose definition of the word borscht, but I'm going to say it's a loose definition of the word recipe with respect. Seriously, Prince. Hmm.
The way I cook, man. It's the way I cook. I'm hungry. What do I got? Oh, I got a can of beets. Ooh, I got sour cream. That's a meal. Tortilla chips on the side. That is a dark brown bread. It's like, no.
Yeah, I think I have to go with delicious assessment that maybe isn't even a recipe.
Of course, it's a
Well,
recipe. Of course, it is. It's the Velveeta cheese of cheeses, as opposed to, you know what I'm saying? It's that. Never mind, Prince. I don't mean it seriously. I don't mean it. Sorry.
spooky host. Spooky host.
Oh, no, the host is here. Um, Velveeta cheese. Is it even cheese? Is it even Yeah.
That's my point.
Oh, Twitter needs to expand their reactions to include somebody throwing up. I don't have enough emojis here.
I actually would love to have additional emojis. One of the emojis may get me banned from Twitter. Sallow, go ahead.
Hey, just in that last conversation there with your super simple borscht, I was thinking actually maybe there should be a competition for a white trash borscht, which would be, the ingredients would have to be restricted to things that you pull out of your freezer, like frozen peas or your canned beets, or well, I guess ketchup, clearly would have to be in there too. But yeah, white trash, instant. If there was cheese that would go in there, it'd be Velveeta, something along those lines. But I don't know. First, I got to beat Delish.
It would be the Parmesan cheese from the shaker that doesn't even taste like real Parmesan cheese that you grew up with in the 70s. Yeah, that's what it would be. Delish, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, so I don't have anything more right now, but I will pipe in when I do. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So yeah, it's like How to Destroy Borscht by Heather and How to Fix It by everybody else. Zero, go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna fix it for you now, Prince Heather, since you've started it. All right. How about we move on from borscht to cake Napoleon? Has anybody tried cake Napoleon before? It's a Ukrainian dish. Actually, I need to look into where the recipe originated from. I'm not sure if it's originated from Ukraine, but I'm sure my grandma used to make it for me. Because I used to, when I was like a little kid, I used to go and help my nonna. I call my grandma Nonna, which is an Italian name for a grandma. But I used to go and help my Nonna with her yard work and her, picking cherries off the trees or the apricots during season time. And then would used to go and, she would go and sell the produce of her uh, her yards in the markets during summertime, and then she would pay me with baking me this beautiful cake, and it's called Napoleon cake, and it's a layered cake. And if you have a chance, please look it up. It's called the Napoleon or Napoleon cake. And she would used to pay me with baking me a cake, and it's called the Napoleon cake. So why don't we end with this cake?
Okay.
Well, it's a Russian cake, so that's interesting.
It's like it's layered and it has custard and sort of a jam kind of thing on it. Yeah, yeah, fruity. There was a restaurant here in Portland when I was growing up that had Napoleon for dessert, and they had the best Reuben sandwiches in the world and the best. I mean, of course, I think it may be the only place I've ever had Napoleon, but it is heaven sent. And I just think you have to be an amazing pastry chef to make it. I would rather talk about kolach. That's what I would like to talk about. I would like to have a fight about kolach. Y'all know what I'm talking about, don't you?
If you don't mind me jumping in there, Prince Heather, what is kolach? Is it Hungarian dish?
It is no, it is it's actually, the sweet bread that you guys would make at Easter. Is it Easter? No, it's at Christmas. The bread ring that you guys make, right? Well, my in Hungary, or at least how my grandma used to make it, she made it more like a roll, and she would put it with um, poppy seed and roll it up and bake it that way, or she would make it with so it's a sweet bread with poppy seed and like a roll, or with walnuts and cinnamon and sugar. And then she had one that she made with a very thin dough. That was, we call that retes. And the retes is like the thin dough, like the phyllo dough, and that had the same ingredients. But she also made one with a dry cottage cheese. And dry cottage cheese is something that is a rarity around here too anymore. But we used to eat that all the time growing up. But or when I was growing up, my dad used to make cottage cheese noodles, which was just bacon, noodles, and dry cottage cheese. But man, was that good stuff. Anyway, but I know that you guys claim that sweet bread is your own, but I want to take that sweet bread back. But I have seen it in Eastern European markets, as if it is a Russian or a Ukrainian or a different kind of of dish, but I want to claim that, and I'll go back again and have a fit about the chicken paprikash also. Yeah. So anyway, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I was not expecting to come on here and hear about cottage cheese and noodles, but it's funny. My mom, um, who was half Czech and half Polish, she would make noodles and cottage cheese, but she never put bacon in there. So now I'm gonna have to try this dish, and there's many good reasons why you should tune into this space, because it's better than the other spaces. We're focused on Ukraine, and now I just figured out that I can revisit my childhood days with noodles, cottage cheese, and I'm going to add some bacon in there. Slava Ukraini, let's kick the Vatniks' asses. Let's get Mike Johnson off his fucking duff in Washington, D.C. Pass the 60 billion, Ukraine aid, and let's go. 5-6 months. This is criminal. It's not right. And if you want to live in a free world, you should support people who are not named Mike Johnson. Slava Ukraini.
Hit her on Slava. Let's take the cottage cheese and noodles just one step farther. So you add the bacon, then you have some left over, and the next morning you get up and you fry some of that leftover cottage cheese with the bacon and noodles, and all together. You fry that up a little bit so some of the noodles get a little bit crispy and the cheese sort of melts a little bit. Then you slop that in a plate and cover it with cinnamon and sugar. My dad's secret recipe. This is what it's like to grow up. This is what it was like to grow up with my dad. And I'm like, you're eating what? So yeah. I never tried it with the cinnamon and sugar, but if you think about it, it sort of kind of makes sense. And he might not have been, that far off. But anyway. Zero, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, it's my day off today, by the way. That's why I'm interacting so much, and I want to interact with you guys all day long, be every day for 24 hours a day, if I could. And I'm just want to say back to Brian. Brian, I have been hearing you on this space for last 2 years, and I just want to say thank you for supporting Ukraine. And yes, and the other thing I wanted to get back to is, so I've just looked up into the Napoleon cake, and some claim that the origin of this cake comes from Hungary. Hey,
I'm telling you.
and yeah, you were right. You were right. Some from Russia and some from France, but I'm going to say Hungary, right? I think it's originated from Hungary. But besides the all the cakes and the borsches, I'm going to drop down to listener from after this. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone that's on the space. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Really, I really can't. Yeah, thank you, and I love you, Lois. I love you all. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna go back down to listener because I've got to do some family stuff from now on. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. I can see you doing the. Cheers, Brian. And Brian, thanks. Okay, bye.
Yes, and I am actually sending you a picture here in a second, I hope. So that you know what I'm talking. Are you kidding me? So that you know what I'm talking about when I talk about the kolach. Because I think when you see it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And yeah. There you go. This is what I'm talking about. But this, then I'll send you the second picture. The second picture is what Ukrainians typically call kolach. So the first picture is what I grew up calling kolach, and the second picture is what Ukrainians call kolach at Christmas time. So anyway, Brian.
Yeah, Zero, that's very nice of you to say, but my life is not on the line in Ukraine, but nevertheless, the hosts, like Prince and countless other hosts and countless other folks that show up here. It's way past my bedtime, but it's hard to sleep when you think about innocent people that are being invaded and genocided in Ukraine. And I'm actually in touch with a Ukrainian soldier. I'm not going to divulge which brigade. And it's interesting. It happened through Twitter, but going back and forth on Telegram a little bit. But they're running low. It's not just 155 millimeter shells that they're low on. They're low on ammunition for their rifles, and that both are obviously very concerning. But just something to point out that we I take responsibility as American, but I feel responsible because even though we've supplied a lot of support to Ukraine, we can be the biggest needle mover. We can be the biggest helper of Ukraine. And for the last 5-6 months, Mike Johnson has decided to not help Ukraine. So when you're communicating with people in real time who are on the front lines and they have to decide how many bullets they can fire because they don't have many bullets, it makes you think again, makes you question, what's going on in the world. And all the European countries should be sending as many small arms ammunition as they possibly can. All support, any kind of support is important. Small arms is a big deal, and it's an incredibly stressful time because you cannot let someone like Vladimir Putin be victorious. If you care about the world, you just can't let that happen. And I'll leave it at that. Love you guys.
Thank you, and you are exactly right. And that's why we're here 24/7 to continue to support Ukraine and to help motivate others to go and talk to their representatives like Moscow Mike and get them to understand the seriousness of this situation and that this is not something that is a question of politics. This is a moral question. This is we have a dictator that is trying to take over a country. It's pretty simple, cut dried. The United States should be behind that. After all, we are the bastion of democracy and other such things. So talk to your representatives, especially if they have not signed on to the I'm blanking on what it's called now. Number 9, the way to bypass discharge. Yes, the discharge. If they have not signed that, call them up. There's plenty of lists floating around right now of all the people that have not. Call them up. Let them know that you are a voting constituent and you want them to support Ukraine. And also, you can donate to us because right now we are doing fundraiser for tactical equipment for alpha units of the SBU. Is that correct, Heather?
Yes, we are. We are doing a fundraiser for the Alpha unit, for tactical gear for the Alpha unit. Tactical gear. What is tactical gear? You like shoes, don't you? Oh well, these guys really do too.
Not really.
Yeah. Well, you're a
Shoes are kind
special
of optional
case.
for me.
Yeah, you're a special case.
You know, I'm just giving a little tip. Never trust a guy in a wheelchair with dirty shoes.
Yeah, that does make sense. Um, the where I was going to go with that is that they need some boots, they need some jackets, they need some ear protection, they need push to talk devices, all of those kinds of things that help it so that they can do their jobs more effectively. And so yes, we are going to be doing we are fundraising for them, and we really could use a boost in it too. Um, that's great. Um, so yeah, sending a donation is something that will be able to help us to get through our fundraiser so that we can start the next fundraiser. And I really am actually excited about the next one, but I'm not going to tell you about it. Just going to say the sooner we get this one wrapped up, the sooner we can move on to that one. And we aren't all that far away from the goal. It's something that I think we can accomplish in less than a week if we put our minds, hearts, and pocketbooks into it. So if you can afford to donate, we would really appreciate it. Any amount matters. 5, 10, 15. We'll take thousands. We don't have a problem with that. That would actually get us done really quick. But if you can afford to donate and you are willing to donate, we will help to get this gear to these guys as quickly as possible so that they have the gear that they need to be able to accomplish their jobs more effectively. So I do think that we have expired the food topic, unless you want me to describe my dad's potato soup, which I don't know where the recipe came from. And I hated it for a while growing up as a kid, but my dad thought it was the best thing on the face of God's green earth. And he made it all the time, and especially when company came. When company was coming, especially after my mom died, they were getting, if he had company over for dinner, they were getting potato soup. Nice, effective, cheap, quick meal to make. So, potato soup. How complicated is this? So you saute your onions, you chop up your onions and you saute them in a little bit of oil until they're, they're browned a little bit. Not My dad was a good cook. He didn't burn them. He browned them a little bit. Now then, here's the key. Here is the most important part. Most important part is you add a bunch of paprika. Okay, you think you've added enough paprika? No, add some more. All right, after that, you fill the pot with water. I know this is really technical instructions. And then you add in some chopped, like bite-sized pieces of potato and a kielbasa sausage. And yeah, just like a 12-ounce, whatever, 16-ounce pound of kielbasa sausage sliced up. Put that in there. Add your seasonings, mostly usually just salt. There's actually a product that he loved that he found called, and I only know how to call it Veja. I looked it up not too long ago because he always found it in the Little Russian meat market that was on the way to church. And of course, I would never go there to buy it now. I know that you can buy it at Walmart. And I did some investigation. It is not Russian. It is not a Russian product. But he used to like that to season it. And so then you cooked it until the potatoes were done. That's all. Just until the potatoes were fork tender. Now here comes the key. Then you gotta mix in the sour cream into the entire thing without curdling it, which of course usually meant ladling some of it out into a bowl and letting that cool a little bit and mixing it up, and then putting it into the entire pot of soup. And voila, there is dinner with some nice fresh French bread and butter. Is that more cooking steps and better and more appropriate for you guys?
Yes, it is. I do like the instruction to add water. Very essential.
The adding water part was really important. Not broth, not broth. No kind of broth, just water.
Hmm. So I'm trying to sort through this. It appears the borscht thread that from Delish that I posted actually doesn't have everything in it, and so I'm trying to link to the other post where it continues. That means I need
Go
to
ahead,
find it.
Delish. Go ahead, Delish.
NAFO Dave, thank you for doing that. When, oh gosh, so I've done, I don't know if it's 3 or 4 now, cooking fundraisers, and they're called Cooking with Delish. And we, as I mentioned before, for every step, you have to make a donation, and then you get the next step in the recipe. So you can't really cook along because dinner would be very late indeed. And so I do this with my son, who, you know, is my right-hand man and my straight man. Not really, actually, he's the funny one. And sometimes I get so carried away that I think I don't post it in the thread, the following step. So it's a bit of a trail, a treasure trail, perhaps. My son is traveling right now. He's in Japan, so I am actually dying over here. I'm so sad, and I miss him so much. But when he gets back, we'll start again.
All right, and I'm following you now again. So if you don't get your old account back, send me a message. And
Okay.
and Dave's in contact with you too, obviously, because
Yeah. And
he sent me a message saying, Heather, that strange person requesting is Delish.
But I have to tell you, I actually still have Delish active. So the problem is that it went off my phone for some reason. I can't get it back. I can still get it on my iPad, but then you can't access spaces from the iPad. So Twitter just gave me this crazy email address that looks like it's a bot for my phone. So that's how I'm with you today. So clearly, when my son gets back from his school trip, he will help me figure out Twitter on my phone, and everything will be linked up again.
Isn't that just
Yeah, it's like the equivalent of me fixing my parents' VCR from the flashing 12. Now I know how they
Exactly.
felt. Yes. We are of
Exactly.
that generation.
We
Yeah.
are of that generation. How to fix your VCR from flashing 12.
I
Oh my
Boomers.
felt
goodness.
so advanced. Oh my goodness.
Boomers.
Yep, you
Boomers.
said it. Not sorry, man.
Yeah, it's yeah. Well, you know, Dave and I are the same age. Okay, technically I'm older, but yeah, right at the moment, Dave and I are the same age for a few more months. A couple more months. Oh, good God.
I know that higher math is hard, isn't it?
Ha 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 ha. So I wanted to talk to you about beaver fever. Dave, before I
You
had
know,
you,
that sounds kind of, this is a family show.
now listen, Dave. This makes complete and utter sense. You know how I found out about beaver fever? I'm going to tell you exactly how I found out about beaver fever.
I don't really want to know.
No, you do, because it matters. It matters. And I found out about it from a government website. So there you go. So with all of these floods that are happening in Russia right now, we know there is an issue and a possibility of some waterborne diseases being spread. Now, there was one disease that I was thinking of. Well, you know, also that one of these dams is an earthen dam, and this earthen dam was breached by beavers. Yes, the earthen dam was breached by beavers. Mm-hmm. I think that might have been created in a biolab. I'm not quite sure. I haven't heard back from the NAFO department on that. So, the thing is, I thought, well, what are you going to get? Well, one of the things the doctor said, well, let's test you for giardia, when you've been out camping or whatever. And so I wasn't quite sure how to spell giardia. So I went Googling giardia, and I had spelled it right, and it, or either that or it auto corrected it for me. And anyway, the point here goes, the first thing that came up in the search results were from the health department of New York that said giardia and then in parentheses beaver fever. Not kidding you. And I'm like, I am not joking.
Wow.
Wow is right. Wow is right. Well, then one night Karen comes up from Alaska and she's like, well, beaver fever's been around for a long time. So I start going and looking into this. And for God's sakes, giardia has been known as beaver fever in North America forever. No clue. And you, as a man who loves the bugs, sure that you wanted to know that giardia is also known as beaver fever.
Wow. So yeah, I have not heard it in context of a disease. Usually it involves some kind of we won't even go there.
Sports enthusiasm for the freaking
Sports
Oregon Beavers.
Yes, of
Sports
course.
enthusiasm
It's
yeah,
Oregon
mhm.
State. Is it Oregon State?
Yes, it is Oregon State,
Yes,
and
it's Oregon State's
I
Beavers.
I prefer the Ducks, so it's painful for me to talk about it. But
I'm
yes,
sorry.
beaver fever is actually giardia.
Oh, so are you saying that a Pullman has a high concentration of giardia in their water?
Pullman? No,
Isn't that
Oregon.
where?
Corvallis is where the
Oh,
Beavers are.
Corvallis. Pullman's in Washington. Sorry, that's
Pullman's Washington.
Washington
Those are the
State.
Cougars. Yeah, those are the WSU Cougars. I used to work for Wazoo.
Oregon State, Washington State. Same thing. You're up there in the north, and it's got a state in front of it.
You're funny. Okay, so
Yeah. So Corvallis has a lot of giardia. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, well, yeah, I think there's a lot of giardia problems. Well, I think that there's giardia problems everywhere, but I think that giardia could become a problem in Russia. And since nobody will sell Russia medication right now, because that they tried to have yearly sale or buying of medications, right? And they normally, I guess, do this through an auction. I'm going from memory here from what Mocker said. And people with the product didn't show up because Russia wasn't willing to pay the base minimum price. And so Russia is having a severe problem getting medications. And my understanding, I believe, is the way to cure giardia would be antibiotics.
Yes, exactly. Not only are they having a hard time getting medications, they're also having a huge doctor shortage. So just seeing a doctor is a problem.
Yes. Let's go to Lie Sniper. Since I brought up this oh so sophisticated topic.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the NAFO headquarters in Langley just said that they neither confirm nor deny that the genetically modified battle beavers would spread any diseases, but they are hot and hairy, so there you go. Sorry for this.
Oh, I'm sure the Sigourney beaver has been deployed somewhere near a Russian dam that is now overflowing. I like Sigourney beaver.
Well, and I'm just gonna say, if you happened to look for inappropriate children's books on I don't know, YouTube, you may find some things that will make you laugh until you almost pee your pants. And yeah, definitely worth the search. Just saying. Go ahead, Delish.
But I think Justin Bieber is even better.
Justin Bieber. Well, I'm going to take my leave very shortly because I need to get myself to bed. But I did want to share that I indeed have had beaver fever, and it is no fun whatsoever. Don't get it.
Well,
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Somebody to have Giardia. You must have been
And now I
drinking
take
too
my
many
medicine.
streams.
It was. I was a journalist for many, many years, and I had this wonderful, great, good fortune of hosting a show called Travel Treasures on CKUA Radio. And I got flown up in a helicopter with another journalist to go to the base of one of the highest peaks in the Canadian Rockies and sleep overnight, camp out. And indeed, we drank from a stream. They assured me it would be safe until the guides came. So it was just like the helicopter pilot and our. There was a guy who was a fellow with the United Nations, and he came up with us, and he was as bumbling as the other reporter and I were. We drank from the stream, and we barely made it down alive. I should probably leave it there. It was quite a messy night, shall we say?
Oh yeah, it is. Not 0 stars. Not recommended.
Absolutely 0 out of 10.
Apparently, you got a little more treasure than you had planned on.
And it's funny too. That didn't make it into the radio show. Not funny. I don't think it made it into the newspaper article for the other journalist either. Yeah, it's one of those things that we just like we will never be able to meet again and look each other in the face. On that note, I thank you all for having me here, and I'll come back soon. I miss you guys.
Yes, we miss you
miss
too. Thank
you.
you.
I was thinking about you not long ago, so good to see you.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, I'm still there and I'm here. I'm in two at once. How do you like that? Thanks, you guys. Have a good night.
Good to see you. Good to see you. So yes, beaver fever is a thing, and yeah, and the other thing that could come out of this is some cholera, but I don't know. I think it may be too cold right now, and this is snow. This is snow melt that is causing flooding in many places. So I just it might we might not be quite so lucky when it comes to a cholera or Giardia outbreak, but I will say I am liking the outhouse races.
Yeah, and just think of what this is going to do for the Pooh fountains.
Oh yes, I have seen some underwater poo fountains, and they have been rather entertaining. Dave, I don't know if you have seen. I don't know if you have seen the movable skate park. There's a skateboard park that ended up underwater. Well, you could see like the tops of the ramps, the cement ramps, And my thought initially was, put some diving boards on those, and you got yourself a really nice high dive. Well, it wasn't even that big of a high dive because the water was up so high. But then it was discovered that the concrete was so well made, not that the concrete started floating away and ran into a bridge. So yeah, that idea just sort of fizzled out. And but I think the fact that it's this time of year and it is snow melt that is causing a lot of this, it will mean that they will probably get off pretty easily with as far as diseases are concerned, and they just aren't going to have any outhouses when the flood recedes. Well, they're really not going to have any out. They're really not going to have any houses after the flood recedes, because really, if you look, um, all you see is the roofs of houses at this point, and people standing on roofs and making comments. There was actually one instance where there was a beaver making a dam in the floodplain. I believe it was near a children's park, and it was near a children's park, and there were beavers over there making a freaking dam. And what ended up happening was the residents gathered nearby on their roofs or wherever they were and started cheering the beavers on, encouraging them to make a good dam, because for goodness sakes, they know that their own country cannot make a dam that is going to do a damn thing. So anyway, Dave, do you have any interesting news stories, since I have just totally dominated with my fabulous recipe for borscht tonight?
I don't know if domination is the word to use. Um, I was thinking more of like fiasco. Um,
That works
so
too.
yeah, I do have some things, news stories. So um, recently I have, I've been kind of wishy-washy about President Macron in France. He's done some questionable things, but it's since the last month he has just been on fire with support for Ukraine, and which is really kind of started a man crush here. Um, but apparently he's not alone in this. They took a poll um, in France, and so polling citizens between the age of 18 and 25, 51% said they are ready to fight in Ukraine to defend their country. Um, so that's not just supporting Ukraine. They are ready to go to Ukraine and fight in Ukraine, which I found rather heartening. That at least France gets it.
Yeah, Macron has really stepped up, and it's been interesting and sort of nice to see. And we'll see what happens as time goes on, if he continues to follow through. He if he can get Schultz to do some stuff. I think if he and Duda can get Schultz to do some stuff and step up, I think that things would go a whole lot better for Ukraine. And so that is something that I like. And quite honestly, if they want to add a woman, I would recommend that they add Georgia Maloney, from Italy. She was a dark horse, man. We didn't think that she was going to be
Yeah.
good, but look at her now, right?
Well, and of course, what's her name from Lithuania?
Oh no, you're talking about Estonia. Kaya
Estonia, sorry, Estonia.
Kaya Kallas. Kaya Kallas.
Callis, yes, from
Yes.
Estonia.
Yes. If you know what they should do, actually. Okay, so here's what they should do. They should say, "Okay, boys, we see what you're doing, and you think you've got something going on. You think you can get stuff done. We're gonna make the girls' club, and let's make the girls' club, because you do also have oh, I cannot remember her name, from Moldova, who is actually pretty. She's pretty good too, I believe." And I think that there could be quite the coalition of the willing women, and that didn't quite sound real good, did it? Anyway,
No.
I'm batting 1,000 today.
Wow, you are just
Wow, wow. Yeah.
Heather Shenanigans.
Evidently, the coalition of the willing women. Oh, that didn't come out good. That did not sound right.
I don't know.
Wow. Wow. Anyway, Dave, help me.
Oh, that kind of sounds like a night at the gay bar. Um, so, well, another thing I put up in the nest really early, and we haven't had any chance to talk about it at all because of the soup-centric nature of our discussions, is there's a new life on the so there's a new episode of Life on the Line. It's a PBS series that is just posted, and I posted a link to it to the PBS page. It's a 26-minute little documentary about the Angelia Clinic um, in Kiev, and talks about their um, doing. They are a medical clinic that they realized that they needed to be more mobile, and so they've turned into a mobile clinic, and they go out to the front lines and provide medical care for civilians that are out there living on the front line. And it's 26 minutes, really good watch, highly recommended. Um, my favorite quote from this is they're talking to the guy who runs the clinic, and about his, why he decided to turn it into a mobile unit. He says that when you have a problem, um, you automatically are going to look for a solution, and that's just the Ukrainian way. So he saw this problem that they're in Kiev, but the people actually needed the medical help in the villages that were being shelled, and so they went to them because they couldn't, because the people being shelled didn't have the means to get to Kiev. So highly recommended. It's called Finding Hope in Ukraine, Life on the Line. Season 7, Episode 2.
Very good. I actually have heard about these mobile clinics, and that the other thing that they are working on, and I don't know how many they've gotten done, is mobile pharmacies. And boy, howdy, how important would the mobile pharmacies be, right? Because if you can't do, I mean, it's great if you can see a doctor, but if you can't get your meds, that's kind of a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Dang you, verbose.
I know. Well, this is getting meds delivered is that's a problem in a lot of different places, not just Ukraine, but Ukraine has all of the other drug, because there's still the drug supply lines have they've been disrupted since COVID, and have not really recovered. Is kind of still going through the system. There are certain drugs that they'll be difficult to get for several months, and then it'll be something else, and then it'll be something else. It's just kind of working through the system. But on top of all those usual shortages, Ukraine has the war. So yeah, it's doubly difficult.
Yeah, it does make it difficult, and it's, people who depend on those medications to be able to live and to be able to live a healthy life, um, that puts their life at risk. And this is one of the things that I was saying last night. One of the things that I was saying last night, because for God's sakes, I was on a I went on a freaking rant all of a sudden out of the blue. So just beware, these things happen occasionally. Um, but that what we were talking about, what we started talking about is we will never know the exact death toll of civilians from this war. You can never completely know the correct death count of a of what happened, of who died. And why can't you? Well, because people will have stress reactions to things like missile attacks. People will have um, issues because they cannot get their medication and die. And people who have those kinds of reactions are not going to show up on your death counts, but they are truly, I believe, they are truly victims of this war, and but counting them would be impossible. So we never will know the number. And of course, we'll never know the number because we don't know how many people were sent to Russia for sure, especially with the children. And of course, once they go into Russia, you don't necessarily know the number of people who are there and any what their status may be and the reasons for their death. And in the occupied territories, oh, in the occupied territories especially, these are all things that really can make a difference and really have an impact. And there are hundreds of people dying um, because of things like this, and they will never be included in the death counts that show up from the UN and other official sources from the government of Ukraine. So, any input on that?
Um, well, no, I don't think yeah, I think this is going to be just one of those things where they just have to estimate based on how many people are still missing, and from reports of, from families and people that who's missing, who they haven't seen in a while. Um, yeah, it's untold death and destruction that the Russia is causing here. Um, it's unfortunate, but it is the nature of kind of what Russia is doing when you're indiscriminately bombing these large apartment buildings and people get buried, and it can be nigh impossible to find any remains to identify them with.
Well, that's another good point. We were talking about something the other day, and well, and the awful topic and subject of pink mist, and I know that there will be instances like that. And I think for a lot of those things that they'll, you know, horrid, horrid, horrid thing and horrid subject, and now I have to talk about it because everybody remember when the funeral gathering was hit. I cannot remember the name of the little town, but everybody in the town, I swear, was like related to each other practically. There were very close connections, close knit connections in that town, and I believe over 60 people died. It was very, very large and very, very devastating. And there was a family that was killed, and they ended up um, only being able to identify portions or bits through DNA of the relatives who were still alive. So at that point, they knew that they had deceased. They were deceased, obviously, but didn't have the all of the information. Well, they were not able to bury all of their relative because they couldn't be found because that was the nature of the explosion. And so that those are the kinds of things that definitely are going to happen. And when you consider the mass graves and things like that, it's an extremely complicated situation. But this is one of the reasons why I believe that Ukraine is making a DNA database, and this is a good example of why they should be, right.
Yes, we've talked about this, that it's going to be a necessity in Ukraine to not only well, for identifying all sorts of things, identifying missing people, identifying people that have been buried in mass graves, identifying people that perpetrated war crimes. Um, these, you know, Fortunately, DNA is a pretty tough molecule and it survives a lot. And our ability to isolate smaller and smaller amounts is it's always improving. So It's going to be a heavily used uh, technology, DNA sequencing in Ukraine. So anybody listening, if you want to, if you've got an automated DNA sequencing lab, then go over and set it up in Ukraine. You'll be set for life. Are you talking
And
to a
so,
muted mic?
nope, I had stepped away for a second, but I wasn't that far away.
Well, you didn't
Um,
tell me you slipped away. So I could have
no,
kept
no, no,
talking.
no. I'm fine. The other thing is some of these are mobile. I think I remember talking to you about it, that they now have at least a mobile data sequencing place machine, so they can put it in a van and take it to a location. And I believe they did that actually in the location we're talking about with the funeral gathering. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm yawning. Apologies.
Hmm.
Um,
Yes, there is we did talk about them deploying the company had donated their mobile unit that was mil spec. I thought that was really hilarious that you'd have hilarious in a very very sad sense that they would have to make a DNA sequencing um, machine up to mil spec so that it would work in a military and environment. Um, it's a sad commentary on where we are, but yet it's going to be very useful. And there's I believe the original story said they're going to have 5 of these eventually, and so that they can move around in different places on the battle front lines and get a real time, as close to real time DNA data as you can.
and that's what matters. I mean, in situations like this where some family survives and some family doesn't, what they want to know as soon as they can is, where is my family? Even if they're pretty sure their family's dead, they want to be able to have something to bury, someone to bury, and being able to provide that information in a field environment is really important, and really I'm really glad they are getting that ability and have that ability to do that, and hopefully that ability will increase as time goes on, because those are all really important things. So anyway, we do have a couple people who popped up. Um, so yeah, IT fella, did you want to say something? Okay, well, let's go to Lucian.
Hey guys, yeah, I just popped through MSNBC and NewsHour tonight, and yeah, I noticed MSNBC, they kept talking about the Ukraine and running out of ammo, and they didn't. They seemed, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, to refrain from framing this in the context of Ukraine. Volunteering to not be a nuclear state, and so whatever. And then on the news hour, I saw a quick flash of a gal from a young lady from my volunteer group in Ukraine from 2014, Anna Govizdyar, which is, she's involved in the Come Back Alive initiative, but things are shaping up in the press. I mean, gosh, I just don't know what to say. I kind of have seen this thing from so many different dimensions, and sometimes it's strange for me to check in on these spaces because a lot of folks are very motivated, but then they haven't been in Ukraine. I mean, because I've been in Ukraine in all of these areas, Mariupol, Donetsk, before the war, of course, Crimea. And I saw the Russian propaganda narrative building at the onset of 2014. I was in Simferopol, Crimea, visiting friends, and it's very strange for me. I can't quite explain why it feels so strange, because I'm so connected, but now I'm so distant. And I'm wondering if anyone else is feeling that sense. Thanks for the time to speak. And thank you all for keeping this up, this very relevant, pertinent, ongoing conversation about Ukraine and why Ukraine needs aid from the United States. And we need to get this aid bill passed. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah. And there's a lot of reasons. And I think this weekend is going to be key for the aid. I think this week, after what happened with Iran and Israel last night, there is a urgency to get aid to Israel. And so now what? What does that mean? You see people who really piss me off, and I think that's where this started last night. With me being really pissed off. You see people who have vocally told very blatant lies about Ukraine now saying and putting their support behind Israel. And so I'll tell you what okay, this is my hope. My hope is the simplest thing would be for Mike Johnson to put the bill up for a vote as it is with no amendments, and they have the vote and it passes and goes to the president's desk and is settled. That would be the easiest path for me, in my opinion. The next easiest path for me, in my opinion, would be for the remaining people needed. I believe it's like 23 now. I'm not sure. 22 or 23 people to sign the discharge petition, which forces the vote. The vote passes and it gets moved to President Biden's desk. There are some additional risks with that, but at this point, it's Israel aid. Focus on the fact that it's aid for Israel, because that's what it is. It's aid for Israel. It's aid for Ukraine. It's aid for Taiwan. Aid for even Gaza. It's the money that is needed. Here comes the more difficult part. The more difficult part would be if they try to do a split bill and split Israel aid off from Ukraine. So here are in my opinion, and I don't have the best education on this, and I haven't actually heard from CC today, but this is sort of in order of what I would encourage people to support and for them to encourage lawmakers to do would be to, number one, just get Johnson to pass it. Get Johnson to get it up for a vote and pass it. Second would be go sign the discharge petition if you haven't signed the discharge petition. Focus on pressuring those people to go sign the discharge petition, so we could go that way. Number three, don't split the bill. Don't split the bill. Don't split the bill. Don't split the bill. Don't split the mill. I feel like I'm a broken record, and I will become one if needed, because that will be a very key thing. Do not split the bill. If this bill gets split, Ukraine and Israel aid passes, and Ukraine aid is left still sitting there, I'll be so angry and frustrated that it's unbelievable. I was angry last night because I wasn't able to put into perspective, because what I was seeing last night. Okay, you guys got me going again. Maka's gonna wake up and go, "Oh Jesus, not again." What got me going last night, and I asked this question earlier tonight. So if it's something you guys have already heard and know the answer to, fine. Lucian, go ahead. I'll let you go ahead before I go on.
Yeah. Hi. Since I was in Kyiv in early December of 2013 and was there at the Euromaidan, and I personally know Evgeny Afanevsky, the director of Winter on Fire, and I was in Kyiv City Hall at the time when they were, took over the city hall, and they took the coat rooms and made it into feeding kitchens and all that, and but the focus of Winter on Fire, although it was nominated for the Academy Award, 20 Days in Mariupol thankfully did win that award this year for that amazing piece of work. But it was on the religious unity that the priests and the Afghan war veterans from Ukraine and the rabbis and the Tatar people and all that there was so much religious unity about the messaging of the Euromaidan to cleanse Ukraine of its corruption, which was rampant at the time under President Yanukovych, and very obvious, and Ukraine has done so much. It's vaulted over the corruption index in a way that I think no other country in recent times has ever done in a scant 6-7 years or 3-4 whatever. Like, they've done amazing work to overcome that corruption. I met young men who worked in the US or trained in the US and went back to Ukraine to work on reforming the court system in Ukraine, and I think that corruption reform has been a little bit neglected. I think Ukraine has made amazing gains, but that whole thing about unity of people and the diversity of voices that come up about why Ukraine needs to be supported, because it was supported, uh, for being the first country to, one of the few to, give up nuclear weapons, and for, security guarantees. And that's why we're here. That's why I'm here. Thanks.
Dave, are you there?
I think I
Okay.
am.
Okay, good deal. All right.
But I did not hear much of what Lucian said.
Lucian, do you want to repeat just a little bit of it?
Well, yeah, I mean, Ukraine has done so much. It's such an exemplar of reform, and it's been an uphill battle, and they're still rolling that stone up the mountain, and it may roll back down on them, but they need our help, and hopefully they can roll the stone back away in the other direction and recreate themselves in an amazing way as an exemplar of a nation that stepped away from being a nuclear power. They gave up the Soviet era nuclear weapons, which they had possession of. They had 2,000 or something nuclear weapons in 1994, enough to probably destroy most of the world. And they could have reprogrammed those weapons, and reworked, whatever the launch codes. So you can still go into some place in central Ukraine to old Soviet era nuclear launch site below ground, and they still have all the old analog control systems. So you can pretend to launch a nuclear strike, like they had this stuff, and they gave it up for the sake of global security. So we also need to back Ukraine, because they did something for us, and we need to do something for them, and we need to pay it back with interest, in my opinion. Thanks.
Yes, I believe they were. They were the third largest nuclear power in the world at the time. There's the U.S. and Russia and Ukraine. So that's not, it wasn't just one or two nukes that they had. They were a world power with that many nuclear weapons. And yes,
And
we
I
need
don't. Sorry, Dave. I thought
I
you were
say
done.
we need to. I try to in all of my letters to representatives remind them of our commitment to protecting Ukraine because they gave up their nukes, and we promised that we would stop Russian aggression if it ever happened. Guess what? It has. So we need to step up and keep our word.
Yeah, and I don't think you'll really get anybody on this space to disagree with you at all. You know, we are beating our head against the wall trying to contact our representatives to make this happen, and you know, nobody says that they in here. I mean, we want to give them everything as quickly as we can so that they can win this. Win this. They. You know, we are on the side of free democracy, and that is what we are here to support. We are, you know, here as a free democracy to support the country in their right to have that themselves. You know, I have said repeatedly, short of going and taking somebody by the short hairs and dragging them to the chair and making them take a vote, I have done everything that I can to make sure that this happens. Truth be told, so have the congressmen, um, so has my congressman, and so has my senators. So have my senators, and so yeah, and I thank them for that. But I can still bug other congressmen about, you know, standing up for what is right and doing what's right and holding up our obligations. Chris, I believe you were next. Go ahead. And good morning. Oh,
Oh,
okay. Oh, there you are.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
That was a good one. That was a good one, Dave. For Dave. Yeah, I was actually just screenshotting the bit that I've read before about the R-36 nuclear ballistic missile program, for Davo, right? So because guess who was well, I don't know whether they were actually like the sole designer, but guess who was the sole designer of the or designer of the R-36 nuclear ballistic missile program? Shall I put you out of your misery?
well, yeah, put me out of my misery.
Ukrainians,
Uh,
yes, yes, Ukrainians, right? So the original, I just screenshotted the bit which talks about Ukrainians having designed much of that missile program that basically turned into Russia's nuclear ballistic missile program. So yeah, and I don't know whether this is true, you know, but I had heard that that up until 2014, Ukrainians were still basically maintaining Russia's nuclear missile sites and that. So it's not that long ago, but I got quite fascinated by that, the fact that you can still go into the old nuclear missile control sites or whatever they're called in Ukraine. I sort of expected that to be the case, to be honest with you, right? But I didn't know whether it was true or not. So anyway, and I better quickly get this in, Prince. Thanks for the update on where we are with bills and all the rest of it before Marcus gets here and that. So yeah, it was good to have that little summary. I'm just chatting to an American friend actually, and I'm just he's just saying just trying to arrange to meet and that, and he's saying, well, it's a bit, you know, when's a good time for you? I said, well, at the minute I don't want to speak now actually, but because at the minute I'm listening to the space to hear what America's got to say about getting the Ukraine aid. Anyway, and somebody mentioned Winter on Fire, which is my absolute favorite. Well, favorite, yeah. So it's the thing that Sean Penn, when I listened to him, when he was being interviewed and that, when the Russians invaded, he said, "Go watch Winter on Fire. That's all I've got to say. Then you'll understand Ukrainians." I'm just rabbiting. Oh, good morning.
Well, if you want to watch something else, Up in the Nest is the I put a link to a PBS show episode about finding hope in Ukraine. It's called Finding Hope in Ukraine. It's a Life on the Line episode from PBS. 26 minutes, highly recommended.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh, we have our resident Swede is in the house. How are you, Jenny?
She will be disappointed that she missed the conversation about beaver fever.
But did you talk about NASA trying to look for gas on Uranus, though?
No, we didn't talk about we did not talk about Uranus, Jenny.
You're missing out. Oh gosh, there's so many jokes about that poor little planet.
You know that the astronomers were just laughing hysterically when they named it.
I know, and I wish I could like not laugh when I think about like there's so many jokes around that poor little planet. One of them is obviously the fact that it's so large that you can fit 63 Earths in it, you know, and that is a really funny joke. And one day, no, that will never happen. I will never be too old to stop laughing at that joke. It is still just as funny every single time. And then they named all of the moons of all of Uranus's moons after Zeus's wife. No, after his mistresses. And then they named a probe that went to go see the moons, Hera, which is the wife of Zeus. So, no, that was Jupiter, maybe. Either way, it was really funny. Anyway, but that's not why I came up. A lot of the Ukrainians that I talk to, when it comes to the nuclear program and giving up the nukes, and at this point, they're just like, you know what? Don't worry about sending us weapons. Just give us back the nukes, because then we have something to fight back with. And uh, I kind of knew that Sweden had a nuclear program as well, and we had gotten so far that we had actually started test bombing them. And then but in Sweden's case, when we decided to stop the nuclear weapons program, it was more because the Swedish people didn't like the idea of having nuclear weapons. In Ukraine's case, that wasn't the case for them. They gave them up with the knowledge of if Russia decides to not uphold their end of the bargain, they had some security assurances. Then, and that was why they gave them up. And right now they are kind of angry, to be honest. I rarely talk. Well, that's wrong. I try to curb my talks about like get your act together and get the bill passed and all that stuff in this space, because I know you guys are doing all you can. So it's there's kind of no point uh, in beating a dead horse. But I go to other spaces, to other places and other apps, and I have some friends. They're not MAGA, but they're MAGA adjacent, I guess the politically correct term. And I tell them off. And I recognize myself with knowledge mostly from this space, and I go back to them, and then I become a little bit more enraged. And in those places, I get to swear, so I sound like a drunk sailor when I go off on these people. But I recognize myself with a lot of knowledge. And if anybody's listening, thinking that Ukraine is super corrupt and you don't know where your tax money is going, read the Appropriations Act and know that there are accountants in Ukraine making sure that the money is being spent where it's supposed to be spent. So your tax dollars are safe. They're oh so safe over there in Ukraine. And mostly they're actually still in the US making sure that the money goes to the right factory. But that's a different thing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the main thing with the MAGA types is convincing them that most of the Ukrainian aid stays in the U.S. and goes to pay the weapons manufacturers. It creates jobs in the U.S. It's great for the U.S. economy because Ukraine can't shoot money. They need ammunition, and we're the ones that produce the ammunition. So money stays here. We make the ammunition, and it actually, oftentimes, we just send them our old stocks of ammunition and replenish our own. So we send them the old stuff immediately, and then we use the money to build our own new stuff and replenish what we just sent. So it literally all stays in the U.S. Yes, Jamie? Jenny? I'm going to
I just
ignore all these other people just because you're a Swede.
oh, thank you. Yeah, when I'm also a Varangian Guard princess, just FYI. It's a Viking thing, being Swedish and all. No, that is actually the main thing that I press when I talk to these. Thank goodness they're not MAGA, because I don't think that I could stand real MAGAs. I would probably go off on them, but they are close enough. And I tell them, I'm like, you seem to think that you're sending over bags of money. You're not. You're sending over old ammunition. In fact, I think some of the attack guns actually had expired. I did not know that explosives had an expiration date, but I learned a lot in the past 2 years. And I tell them that you guys get new shiny things that go boom. And Ukraine is disposing of your old stuff. So you should actually thank a Ukrainian, because without it, you wouldn't get new stuff. And Sweden is doing the same thing. We also send them old crap. And they're happy because it turns out that old crap can blow up and help protect Ukraine just as much as new crap. So it's not a bad thing. And I think it's about between 60 and 80% of the money spent is actually spent in the US. So the big bulk of the money stays here. Some of the money goes over to Ukraine in order for them to, keep the country running. Because running a country is not cheap. You need to pay wages to workers that work there with the State Department. And I'm not talking about Zelensky. I'm talking about, I don't know if their healthcare is state funded, but I know that their pensions are. And yes, so some of it, and that needs to be, the pensions and stuff, they need to be paid. Otherwise, you'll have anarchy and they all die. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
You're welcome. One comment though, when you talk about Sweden giving up its nuclear program, um, immediately I thought, well, what about Lutefisk? Those are pretty nuclear.
But that is Norwegian. That's a different country. We
Oh,
have something worse. We
You
have the
have the
stinky ass
worst.
fish. Yeah,
You have
we're the worst.
you have the bioweapon.
Exactly. We have something called surströmming, and that is literally fish that has fermented for, I think it's a year. They put it in saltwater vats and close the lid for like a year, and then they open it up and it stinks to high heaven, and this is when they can the shit, and then it sits on the shelf for like another year. So it's not good until it's 2 years old.
what's it called again?
Surströmming.
Surströmming?
Yeah, it's fermented herring.
I'm gonna have to get a hold of some of this.
There
Oh,
are
don't
tons of
open it in
videos.
the house. Don't open it in the house.
So first of all, the can is pressurized, so you need to open it underneath running water. Otherwise, you will have the water everywhere. And I swear to God, you need to tear down the house and build a new one. It is so damn stinky. It is horrid. And it smells like death warmed over, and then you waited a year and then you dug that shit up. And it is the only bioweapon that is actually protected under EU laws because it is a Swedish thing. So lutefisk, nah, they have nothing. And it is so stinky, in fact, that the Finns, they got a hold of 1 or 2 cans and opened them up and lobbed them over the fence into the Russian embassy in Helsinki. And I laughed my ass off at that one. I thought that was hilarious.
Oh, that's
And
awesome.
and I swear that I have heard a story. I want to say that it was Den John who may have actually been making it, who told us that he has a bucket outside that he submerges the can in to open, so that it contains the offense as much as possible.
He's from the south. This is a delicacy up in the north. I don't think that but that is the way. You either do it under the tap with running water, or you do it in a bucket with full of water. So it doesn't, because it is pressurized. It's like shaking a soda bottle and then open it. It goes everywhere. It's horrible.
I've seen a video of a guy who didn't know what on earth he was doing, and he opened it in the car. Have you seen that video?
Way too many times. That car had to be totaled. I remember watching that video the very first time. That was like years ago. And I'm sitting there going like, no, 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 no. Oh, oh. And then I just bust up laughing. There's another one of these Americans. They're like, "Oh, how bad can it be? We're Americans. We can take anything." And then they open up the can, and I think they did it in the kitchen, and it sprayed down the entire kitchen, and everybody is like standing over the sink just vomiting, and they're like, "What the hell is this? What did the Swedes do?" There's so many funny videos on YouTube about this. And I have said that Gripen, the first mission that they should have, like, where they just carpet bomb like anything where the Russians are, with the cans of this stuff, and deliver the cans of surströmming of revenge, because they stole Finland from us in the 1800s.
Yes, I've also heard about it being put inside tanks that need to be abandoned, so that they could never be used again. Actually, it's the easiest way to destroy a tank. Anyway, we do have hands, Dave. I'm not sure what order they were in. But you know what? Hang on a second.
Brand,
Hang on,
Lucian,
hang on a
Chris.
second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. You're gonna have to wait for just a second. There is something very important I need to say. Happy birthday, mockers!
Hiya. Thanks. Hey, Shorty. It's my birthday. Sorry. Carry on.
Birthday. It's your birthday.
Gonna
Perfect Aaron
party
Cartman
like
style.
it's your birthday.
And
I'm gonna
so,
do
in
numbers like
honor,
it's my birthday.
numbers like it's your birthday. So retweet the space, and everybody, if you can afford to, donate $47 this year in honor of Macher's birthday, because 47 is a good number, and you can even round up to 50 if you need to. Now, if you can't afford $47, $4.70, round it up to 5. You know, make something with a 4 and a 7. $4,700 would be acceptable also. Just saying. Um, I aim for the moon, people. So I apologize to interrupt, but I
Nice
had to
try.
say,
I just said nice try. Carry on.
sorry for interrupting, but we had to wish Mockers a very happy birthday. Last year, people donated $46 in honor of Mockers' birthday. This year, she has increased the price to $47. Brand, please go ahead.
Well, happy birthday, mockers. We love that. Boy, I just had a couple quick points. Jenny had mentioned going into other spaces where there perhaps is a little less decorum, and it really does go to the point of what a treasure this space is. The space is focused, concentrating on what's important, and is persistent 24/7. And it's something I've appreciated for the last couple of years, even though I hate the fact that we have to have it. So cheers to the space. And Prince had made a 1, 2, 3 list of things she saw for the week in terms of the House of Representatives in American Congress. And number one being the hope that tomorrow we would see the Senate bill for a supplemental aid, supplemental foreign assistance to Ukraine, Israel, and for Taiwan to be brought to the floor by Mike Johnson. And just wanted to raise a little small point. He has already signaled that he is resistant to that idea. Whether that means he does or does not, depending on how pressure on him plays out, is to be determined. But he's already signaled resistance to doing such. And if you know anything about the past 6 months, his resistance has been pretty persistent, despite what he may say in front of the cameras to be otherwise. So he's probably going to continue that mode. Number two, discharge petition. We have had in the past week, when Congress came back, 28 signatures needed, whittled down to 23 by my last count. And I am really hopeful for this week because that does represent the quickest way of getting aid to Ukraine. Mike Johnson has floated the idea of breaking out, especially in light of the attacks over the weekend by Iran to Israel. Mike Johnson has floated the idea of trying to work together for a broken out supplemental package just for Israel, and would refuse to even say the word Ukraine. He's wanted to try to do that. The discharge petition is the best way to circumvent all this and get this done and get it off the plate so that we can help our allies and friends over in Ukraine. And we'll see how the week goes, but that's how I see it playing out. And I just wanted to mention those things, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Dave, I'm sorry. Who comes next?
Lucian, then
Yeah.
Chris.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Jenny, for bringing some Swedish perspective to the discussion. Good friend of mine from the Kiev social circles. His name's Ben, and he's a civil engineer. He spoke about designing bridges in Sweden where they didn't calculate the ice load and things like that. But thank you, Sweden, for joining NATO and supporting Ukraine. It's very important to support Ukraine. And I want to also speak about another contact from my social group in Kiev, who's an Estonian diplomat. And I want to thank Estonia for supporting Ukraine because, as I understand, I may be wrong, but Estonia essentially just transferred everything that they had in the way of military weapons to Ukraine as directly as possible. I'm not sure that's true. I'd like to get some verification, some sense of what they actually did. I don't really know. But once the full-scale invasion happened, I think Estonia engaged in some very direct actions. And I really support very direct actions that arm Ukraine, that defends the nation of Ukraine from aggressive invasion for totally unnecessary reasons. And but I'm an American. My family goes back, I guess, to the well, I won't say how far back, but I have a very French name, and I have family in France, and I'm supporting a World War II survivor from Latvia right now, who's an amazing person, and so I've tapped into a lot of wisdom, and I appreciate all the wisdom of all the people in this space with so many different skill sets and understandings, and I just happened to just land in Ukraine when all this stuff started to happen in 2013, 2014. And I just kept going. And I try to do my work as quietly as possible, not draw attention to my immediate goals and efforts. And some of them have worked out, and some of them have not. And I've recently suffered a failure of mission, but that's okay because the failure was only partial and the larger objective was achieved. But thank you everyone for what you do. And thank you for all that pertinent comment about Ukraine. And thank you for everyone who supports Ukraine. And thank you, Mike Johnson, if you can actually do something to help Ukraine. I appreciate you. And I won't say why, but yeah, I mean, it takes a good old boy to do some good work in the world stage. And maybe you're going to get it done, maybe not. I don't know. But I understand the American South is suffering. There's tornadoes and hurricanes and all that. So whatever you do out there, just do your best. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That's Chris.
I'm just trying to work out what to start with here. But well, I have to do happy birthday to Mockers. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mockers. Happy birthday to you. There you go.
Wait, so can we sing a duet maybe here?
Hey,
Chris?
I'm up for it, mate. But I don't know. I didn't want to, assume
Okay.
everybody else was up for it.
My birthday too. Remember my lack of singing rule, guys. I have a rule
Happy
around
birthday to
Birthday
well,
to
you're not
you.
in charge right now. It's the Naval Night Shift. Happy birthday to you.
you.
Happy birthday to you.
Good.
Man. Okay, we're gonna start right now. Okay, Chris?
Oh
1,
God.
2, 3.
Lockers, do you want me to remove
Happy
you from the
birthday
space
Yes,
for your
to
own
to
good?
you.
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to you.
to you.
Happy
birthday
birthday, dear
So
to
Mockers.
why?
Marcus.
Happy birthday to
Happy
you.
birthday to you. David, you made that difficult, man.
You both, yeah. This, my friends, is why we don't have singing on the space, because it's dreadful.
Oh, that was pretty good actually, Marcus.
Anyway, now you've managed that, Dave.
Yeah.
I am around, and I will be getting coffee any minute now. So it's up to
Okay.
you if you want to
Are you going to be getting out of bed any
step
minute
away
now?
from my rap. I might get out of bed now. Yeah, I know, Miss Psychic. Where's that camera that you've hidden in my house?
You'll never know.
I can find it.
That's not creepy.
Isn't it? It's Elmo. Elmo phones you up and tells you, doesn't he?
I'll never tell. Yenny, how's the feed looking for you?
Oh, geez, no, no cameras in my house. I just wanted to say,
No, I meant your feed of Mocker's house.
I don't even have like surveillance on my kids. I'm not going to put surveillance on Mockers, but I can feed her coffee. That I can
Yeah,
do.
I can tell you though that camera captures some stuff.
I imagine. I can imagine. I just wanted to say to Lucian, no, Estonia hasn't given up all its weapons because they know that they're not directly after. If Ukraine is completely failed by Europe and North America and anybody else that helps them, then it's Moldova, and then Georgia, then Finland and the Baltics and Poland. And I'm not 100% sure of the order, so they have to keep like a balancing act, give a lot to Ukraine at the same time as they keep enough stuff at home. However, Denmark did give up all of the artillery that they had, all of the Caesars that they had, but they also placed an order to get new artillery from Israel. So I don't think that there is anybody, especially not the countries that are bordering Russia, that is anywhere near giving up all of their weapons. That would be like a death sentence to them, unfortunately. But they are doing a lot. And if you look at the per GDP or per capita, no, it's as of the GDP, then Estonia tops the list with over 2%. I think they're inching in on 3%, if I'm not completely mistaken. But as our resident co-host that lives there, he keeps saying that, but they have a really small GDP, so it's not that hard. But that also means that the sacrifice on the citizens is a lot greater. The smaller the economy and whatever you give up is being felt in the pockets of its citizens. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. I was changing the title.
What? I'm still here.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I can see how it is. Kicking me out.
Boom's numbers and Mo. Oh my! Donate $47 for Mo's birthday. At MriyaReport for the SBU. There you go. That right there is a title. Oh, felt good. Get out of bed.
I'm upright. I am. I've fed the cats and everything. I've just got to deal with the finding my coffee cup because I've lost it. Oh, I found it. It's all right.
You only have one coffee cup, or you just like me? You only use one coffee cup.
Yeah, I only use the big one with the cats on. And I have
Yeah.
about 50 cups in my house, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Chris, go.
Oh, thank you, because I've got loads to say. Well, just to fill the time between now and the report, the numbers. But because I had a very delicate situation there, I had to sort of say happy birthday to Mockers, but I also had to salute the Varangian princess as well. If a lowly commander of the Varangian Guard can do such a thing. But anyway, so I've done that now, princess. Done that. What else did I want to say? I wanted to say, yes, of course, there's, well, according to Matt Gates, right, who I had obviously got blocked, right, but unblocked to see what he was going on about, because I saw this post where Matt Gates was basically saying that the aid for Ukraine is going to pass this week. He was getting all upset about it. So I unblocked him so I could thank him for saying that the aid to Ukraine will pass this week, right? So I don't know where he's got that from, but because all I could see was it listed for the the bills to be sorted in the House is a whole load of crap about I don't know, bills for ovens and bills for this and stuff like that. So like nothing really important, bills for coffee machines that can make 20 different types of coffee and shit like that, Anyway, I better not go into that because it's Mock's birthday and it's politics and stuff. I also just put up, I just put my thing on the R-36 missile program up and copied you all. I like to think, right, that when the Ukrainians gave up their nuclear missiles, right, they sort of gave up their body, right, but they never gave up their mind and their soul. So all the knowledge of the R-36 missile program remained in Ukraine. Yeah, so that's how I like to think about that. And I just want to say hi to my American friend who I've been chatting to earlier on, Chris from Team One Fist. There, just so you know, Chris, you can always come up on the. You can always go on the space and stick your hand up and speak, mate. But good to see you. I persuaded you to come, did I?
Absolutely. And thank you, Chris. I like your name. But thank you for inviting me.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh,
Yeah.
good morning.
It is my birthday today as well, but in America, April 15th is income tax day. So I have that unfortunate birthday that I always have to do my taxes on my birthday.
Twin! Birthday twin!
Birthday twins. Well, you two birthday twins can have your little party, and I will take my leave so you can have your own little shindig here while I go take a nap and get some sleep.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
If they pass the aid bill to Ukraine, that will be the best birthday present I can imagine.
Yes, it will. It will be an awesome birthday present.
Yes. Nice to meet
So,
you.
yes, it was nice to meet you. Thank everybody for hanging out with us tonight in the NAFO night shift. And I will be headed out. And Mockers is coming up to take my place and talk about some booms. And so please retweet it. I'll let everybody know that it's we've got a birthday girl here, and she's a diva, and she wants an audience, as one does on your birthday.
Absolutely.
So thank you, and whatever time of day it is in your time zone, have a good one, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava.
Heroam Slava.
All right. So, Makas, what are you going to do for your birthday? You're going to co-host, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to co-host like it's my birthday, apparently. No, I'm going out this afternoon, though, for some nice dinner. Because this is the thing, right, guys, let me tell you this, especially you boys, right? Women like dinner. That's what we like, right? So flowers, they're great, but they die, right? Beautiful, but they die. I'll be honest, I can't be bothered throwing away dead flowers. I'd rather have dinner. So just so you know, every time you're in trouble, or you think you might have forgotten an occasion or whatever, dinner never goes down badly, as long as you don't take it to Pizza Hut. Believe me, right? My 30th birthday, right? My 30th birthday, been with this guy more than 10 years, right? Told him I wanted to go out for dinner for my birthday. He took me to effing Pizza Hut. He drove past the 2 restaurants I suggested and took me to Pizza Hut. You can imagine why that didn't last much longer than that birthday, can't you? Yes. Boys, take note. Pizza Hut, not the place for a birthday celebration for your lady. Maybe for your kids, not for your lady.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. Now, this was a different situation. It was Valentine's Day, and I was on my way home from work, and I was like, "What do you want to do tonight, honey? What do you want for Valentine's Day? Will you stop at Jack in the Box and get me an ultimate cheeseburger, and we can have that for dinner? I think it would be really nice."
Yeah, you see, that's fine if you've asked for that. But when you've asked for a restaurant and you end up at like the very bottom level of what you might classify as a restaurant, that's poop.
Okay, you got a point. So yeah. Anyway.
You know what it was? I said I wanted to go to an Italian restaurant.
Pizza Hut's Italian. They don't even have dine-in anymore here. You can really go and eat in a Pizza Hut there?
Well, I don't know. It's closed now, so maybe not anymore. But yeah, let's just say I was mad as an angry woman, and yeah, that's a lot.
At
Mad as it-
54, I'm just hoping for a quiet day.
Lovely. Well, Chris, other Chris, sorry, I'm going to be confused now for a minute. Yeah, other Chris. I'm just going to go out for dinner. That's exactly the same thing. I'm going to have something nice for dinner, and then I'm hoping everybody just sort of leaves me alone for a bit, because I thought I'd just catch up with a few things, like some gaming that I haven't done for ages and stuff like that, you know, because me, I'm dead social like that. So yeah, nice, quiet day, good food. Then everyone leaves me alone for a while. That would just be lovely. It doesn't always happen like that though. Right, now I'll go on to Chris.
Oh, I better just say for my American friend Chris, just to note, mate, you have to stick your hand up to speak here, buddy.
Gotcha.
Just letting you know, right? Yeah. So, yeah, Marcus, I also just wanted to establish, when you say dinner, do you mean dinner, tea, or lunch? Just to clarify.
Well, dinner for me is food out, but when I say dinner, I mean tea. If I meant lunch, I would say lunch.
Oh, so you mean, okay, tea, right? Okay, so evening meal. If we put it like that, shall we? If we say an evening meal, right? You've got like
Yeah.
something like 7 or 8 o'clock or something ish.
Well, the
PM.
one you have between 5 and 7 usually, yeah.
Okay, I've got it. I was just clarifying, you know, because obviously being a mix of a Southerner and a Brummie and that, you know, I just have to make sure I get it right.
Us Brits are very confusing with our language, I understand.
I
But at
was
least
just
we're
gonna
not,
say, what is
at
the
least we're not as
difference?
bad as the Finnish.
What is the difference between lunch, tea, and dinner?
Well, if you're in the Navy, right, or if you were in the Navy, right, we have so many meals you can't even believe it, right? I don't know how we managed to, particularly if you're officer in the Navy, right? So yeah, so what you have,
Hobbits. That's what it is, Chris. You're hobbits. You're just
Yeah.
taken after hobbits.
Hobbit, is that right? God, I'm not that familiar with the Hobbit routine of
Well, they
eating.
eat like 20 meals a day or something, you know.
Oh
There's
well,
3 11s, and then 11s, and then yeah.
yeah, well, okay, that's what it's like as a naval officer, anyway. Yeah, so you know, obviously, you start with, well, I was going to say you start with breakfast, but you know, if you're at sea and that, then you'll be having breakfast before breakfast because you'll be sending an order down for, you know, your bacon and egg sandwiches or something like that, you know, to the galley and that. But anyway, so yeah, so you get that, and then you have obviously proper breakfast, and then you have obviously a mid-morning cup of tea. You gotta have that, haven't you, Marcus? Right? Then lunch, definitely lunch, right? Then tea around 4-ish, something like that, right? Then of course dinner
But you've
a
got to
bit
explain,
later on.
Chris, that tea is a meal, isn't it?
Tea. Naval officer tea is like a cup of tea and a cake, or you know, little sarnie or something like that. You know,
Right, okay. Because
yeah.
in some instances, tea can also be a full dinner.
Marcus, yeah, you are right. You know, but it's like tea. You know, it's like going to a posh hotel. You know, they come out with the, you know, the racks of cakes and you know, nicely cut sarnies and stuff like that. That sort of tea, you know, that's what. And then you go and have a full sit down restaurant meal, dinner after, and then of course after, just before you go to bed, you have supper. Right? I think that's it. Then I think I've covered all of the eating opportunities. That's just Royal Navy.
Yeah, just to note that if you are up north, you will find that tea is thoroughly interchangeable for an evening meal. but I don't use it that way, mainly because it's confusing. Just so you know. So if someone says, "Are you coming for tea?" don't expect just a cuppa. You will get a full meal. Don't eat prior. Just a little social tip there. Jenny, go ahead.
So I just have a question for Malamute Man. How do you have time to fight wars if all you're doing is eating? Because I'm not even joking. You're eating more in one day almost than I do in an entire week. But like, how do you
I
have time? Like, sorry, no, tea break.
no, I
No,
know, but
don't fire.
we fight on our stomachs, Princess, don't we? You know, so the more we eat, the more we fight.
But you have no time because you're scarfing down food the entire time. But I
But
do
this
like
is
so.
why. This is why
In
the
all fair,
tanks.
in all fairness, it does sound like a Swedes are also hobbitses. We eat breakfast, then around 7 o'clock in the morning. Then we have our first coffee break around 9:30. Then we have lunch, and then we have our second coffee break at 2 o'clock. Then we have dinner between 5 and 6, and then you have another snack right before you go to bed. So we eat like a ton as well. We also don't have time to fight. We're busy eating.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this is why our tanks have a tea making facility inside them, the boiling vessel, which can also make borscht and soups and all sorts of other things.
They do that here too. Sorry.
I'm just going to mute your mic in case I get feedback. 2 mics open, you can get feedback quite badly. So just so you know, that's why we use the hand system, because it's less confusing for me. Poor brain as well. So where was I? Yeah, that's why we have a boiling vessel inside our tanks, because we just couldn't possibly just do anything without at least having a cuppa first. Isn't that right, Chris?
Well, it is, Mockers, but I didn't actually know that. I have to say, I've only learned that on the space here, right? I mean, I didn't realise that our tanks had boiling vessels and that. I'm not a tanker, am I? So I didn't know that, but I'm proud. I am so proud of that, Mockers, right? And the other thing as well, I think we exported that to other militaries, because when Americans and French and everybody else saw that we had boiling vessels for tea, they said, "Well, we have to have a boiling vessel in our tanks as well, surely, because we won't always be fighting with the British." So I was going, but I was just going to check that my Chris, if he's on a laptop or if he's on a mobile phone, but he seems to be on a phone.
I'm on a laptop right now.
Oh, you are? Okay. So so in which case you may have, what's the deal, Mockers? Because I'm never on a laptop when I do this, right?
On anything like a PC or a laptop, you cannot actually put your hand up because there is no button to do so. But you can give us a little wave and we'll know you're waiting, basically. That's how we tend to try and do it.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying there. Yeah, cheers.
It's just because they did just keep changing things on us. How rude. I know. They just keep changing stuff. Gerhard, morning.
Yes, morning. Just awoken to your lovely guys talking all the time. Kept my phone running. We're all right. And just for the question to fight and to eat. Well, I think that's why forks and knives were invented. So you can eat, and in case you get attacked, you can fight already.
Oh, that is true. I have stabbed someone with a fork before. So yeah, that's a very good point. That you're already weaponized, even though you're eating.
Historic fact. Learn from me.
Love it. Thanks.
Everyone fine this morning?
Oh, good. Yeah, we're having a whole raft of birthdays here today for some reason. So yeah,
wow.
all good.
That's nice.
Yeah, me and Team One Fist. It's our birthdays, so we're having a, I don't know, birthday Monday for me.
Birthday
anyway.
Monday.
Thank God I'm off work. Oh. So,
Lots of
so what?
cuppas. Lots of cuppas.
Oh God, yeah, there will be. So, folks, my lovely people, would you like some numbers? Because you know how I like to treat us in the morning. So, shall we have some numbers, Prince?
Yes, we should.
Excellent, hey? I was expecting you to go, no, actually. So, in that case, I'll find them. Ah, there we go. Lovely. So, isn't this weird, right? That I'll happily tell you all that I am a Star Wars baby. I was born in '77, and I kind of like that. It's a little bit of a thing. You all know my birthday anyway, so what's it matter? It's not like I'm like private on the internet, which I'm not. So no, you can see my face. I don't care. But 770 liquidated personnel in my honour. I personally feel. I feel that that was done specifically for me personally. Thank you very much. No, just a thing. Just a thing. I have a thing with numbers, and just the fact that that turned up this morning, I was like, look at that. I feel special for no good reason. Anyway, 6 tanks, 31 armoured personnel vehicles, and 41 artillery systems. You know, it pleases me so much when I see just piles of that being taken out because, well, those things are really nasty and dangerous and just ruin everything. So that's cheered me up ever so slightly. We have 31 UAVs and 3 cruise missiles. So they were obviously feeling generous yesterday with their cruise missiles. For sake, honestly. But you know what? Nobody will have been talking about the cruise missiles that were fired into Ukraine yesterday, will they? Because, oh no, there's far more exciting things going on in the world, which, in my opinion, would never have happened had we dealt with Russia in the first place. Anyway, 51 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 3 more special equipment. But let's just back up there, sorry. Hold up. 51 vehicles and fuel tank. 60 odd yesterday, wasn't it? And, well, that means what, 100 and something. More than 110. Sorry, I'm trying to work this out while also fully caffeinated. So just in 2 days, they've lost all those vehicles. Now, it's not just that either. It's the fact that every single one of those vehicles will have probably had a driver and at least probably a passenger. If not, it will have been stuffed with passengers, because it seems to me that they are taking every vehicle now and literally covering it in people. So that's nice as well. That, you know, that extra bit of armor. It's a bit squishy though. Doesn't really work very well as armor, I'll be honest. And it tends to fall off. But you have spotted, haven't you, Prince, that it also tends to fly into the sky. Because again, we've seen some recent videos of some extreme acrobatics, shall we say.
I love the flying Ivans.
Well, I really think we need to, you know, we need to ask in the future, right? When the Russians are like just starving to death and they've got no government and they're living in some sort of mafiosa paradise, whatever. Maybe then we could, you know, we could suggest that. I've forgotten what I was talking about. It's gone.
Flying Ivans.
Flying Ivans, yeah. We could suggest that they set up a big circus show. You know, like them guys who did acrobatics with the they started off, there was just kids, and then, you know, they became a proper troupe and all that. Don't know what they're called. Anyway, like them. But set up the Flying Ivans, right? Have about 50 guys who've been trained in Belarus to do all those acrobatics. Yeah. and they could entertain for hours the flying Ivans. I just think it's a brilliant idea. Yeah, anyway,
Yeah,
just for future reference.
I saw something extremely graphic yesterday, and it wasn't exactly a flying Ivan, but it did the trick.
Well, I can imagine. One thing I have noticed, yeah, is I don't watch all the videos, I'll be honest, mainly just because of time and just there comes a point where you've seen so many people get their faces ripped off that it just doesn't have the same. Is impact a pun or not? Anyway, it doesn't have the same impact on me anymore. But I must say I have seen, quite a lot of people on here, especially those doing analysis from video, saying, "Good Lord, this is just horrendous. What the hell are they doing? This is just the worst thing I've ever seen." With regards to just sending people to their deaths. Yeah, so it just horrendous. Goodness me. Sorry, I'm just looking at a few things here that I needed to catch up with. Wowzers. Bear me 1 second, because I need to just go into my bookmark. There's been another incident of a business in Russia being swallowed whole by the oh no, not quite swallowed whole by the government. Prince, they keep doing this. In this time, it was the Four Seasons Hotel. Part of the building near the Kremlin has been demanded to be transferred to the state. So, it has a hotel and a fashion-seizing shopping gallery, and these belong to a guy called Alexei Kotin. However, the Kotin shopping gallery and hotel near the Kremlin are to be confiscated. Bailiffs went to seize it, basically saying the ex-owner of Bank, Alexei Kotin, basically they're stealing his stuff. Prior to that, all his oil assets were transferred to the state. So I think this, this sort of snatch and grab thing has started a pace now. And yeah, anyone that was left in Russia now, they're just going to have to cut their losses. And I really hope it hurts them. I really do. Because it's about blooming time they realise that their own idiocy has led to them being out of pocket. And for some reason, that's the worst thing you can do to a business. I know I tangented strangely there from the numbers, but for some reason, my brain's doing this today. It's my birthday, so just let me off, all right. I did have something else to say about the numbers, and it went so quickly out of my mind, I thought, stuff it, I'll do something else. So, you know me, and how much I love how bad economics is in well, economics, could we really even call it that anymore, in that terrorist state there. And would you believe the number of out-of-court bankruptcies has now increased 5-fold? And it's actually becoming evident that these people are mostly pensioners. So these are the people, by the way, as well, that if you upset your pensioners, you're going to upset the rest of society, because the rest of society has to listen to them. Just saying. So, number of cases of bankruptcy has increased 5-fold. It follows that more than half the cases are for pensioners. Pensioners and other recipients of social benefits have been able to gain access to bankruptcy without a trial from November 23. And of course, this means that they've gone up quite a lot. Now, just to mention that the government in 2024 intended to increase spending on the army by 70%, and the pension fund budget included an increase in average insurance pensions of 6.3%, which was below current inflation at the time. And well, we know what inflation's really done, no matter what they try and tell us. So any bankruptcies like this shouldn't really come as a surprise, because the real pensions of Russians fell for 2 months in a row in 2023. The Russian pension, monthly pension, sorry, was down by oh wow, right, so they said it was down by 1.4% based on the inflation rate of 7.5, yeah, but the actual rate was around 16%. So it was actually a much bigger chunk that they lost, basically, to put it in like layman's terms. So that's going down, but everything else is going up. 46% of Russians now believe that the state, first of all, needs to allocate financial resources to pay pensions and subsidies, because otherwise, that the people won't be able to do what they need to do to keep the country running, surely. But the government sees their priorities differently. Now, inflation rate, we did say that the government said it was 7.5, didn't we? Nobody believes that. Not a soul, not a sausage, even the guy saying it. But even if they did, the government is not even funding the very, very small pension that Russians receive to be able to keep up with inflation. Oh, well, it's going to be a tough year for them, isn't it? Oh, well. Chris?
Well, Mockers, I think you were here when Will and I just sort of like checked our risk checklist. Did you hear us waffling on about that risk checklist for companies? So, so basically, when you go to, obviously, if you go speak to the board of a company and that, we just point out to them that if they have business in Russia, they're running risks of various things. So the short list is force you to reduce your prices, seize your business, as you've talked about, reputational damage, and then Will added onto that list that you'll be unable to bring your cash out, Mockers, right? Now, I realised that I was sort of being a bit unfair, really, right? Because we should not only transmit this information to the boards of those companies, right? We should also transmit it to people who have pensions, Mockers, since you mentioned pensions, right? Because some of these companies that are still working in Russia, right, they'll be in the inverted commas low risk part of your pension portfolio, because they're supposedly, companies that give you like low risk, good, steady growth, Mockers, right? But actually they've moved into the high risk category. So if I was, if I was anybody, right, that has their money in a pension fund that's invested in any of these companies, I would be writing to them and saying, "Hey, what are you doing about this then?" Just thought I'd throw that in.
Well, that is a good point. Yeah, that any sort of investment now is a bad idea, and of course, the companies that have choices really should have made better ones. I don't know. I think at this point they're not getting out alive, if you know what I mean. They just won't. There's too much going on. Oh, now then, goodness, I've just had a bit of a surprise. Remember yesterday there was oh that's even worse. There seemed to be some some washing away of some what's it called, infrastructure, roads, dams, levees, all of that in certain areas of Russia, and it just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And Tomsk is now just, well, I've just retweeted a video, and let's just say everything that's there at the start of the video is not there at the end of the video, because there's an electrical pole, and the ground and the electrical pole decide to just give up and go wash away. It's getting to the point where it's of like real serious situation. It's amazing how they don't seem to be doing anything to help. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to put something into the nest because it is just the cutest thing I've ever seen. Right. You know when people put up, this is what we're fighting for, right? And there's a picture of a guy coming home to his kids or something like that, right? This one got me. Look at that happy little man. Sorry, that just cheered me up so much. Sorry, they're just the happiest little pooch ever. And yes, I know I'm a cat lady, but that just got me, that my little heart. Happiest dog in the world. Sorry, I wanted you all to appreciate that with me. So where was I? I was talking about floods and pain. Oh, floods and pain. So let me see. In the Kabardino, Balkaria, and Kurgan districts. Oh, there are no roads. There used to be, I'm sure that's where these cars are supposed to be. But anyway, what I'm trying to point out here is that there's an airfield not very far. It's called the Mozdok Airfield, and that's where MiG pilots take off from. So, also to note, it is heavily raining in that area, or at least was for most of yesterday. So that's lovely. But yes, briefly about Tomsk, the flow from the Tom River, I know, inventively named, partially washed away concrete slabs that held up the structure of the communal bridge. And, well, you can see how the structure has been built in the first place. They've just put up a big pile of earth and then gone, if we just whack some concrete slabs around it as like a skin, it'll all stay here. Yeah. Problem is, very severe heavy rain has taken away that skin, and there was no sort of, reinforcement of the structure in any other place. So, of course, guess what? It's now falling apart. And guess what? That's right. The local traffic bridge. God, wish I could make these things bigger. There we go. Yeah, the local bridge that the traffic uses to go over the river is dependent on this thing being strong. And of course, if that's undermined, it's very likely that at some point that bridge may actually be undermined. Oh, well, I guess some people will be going for a swim in their cars. Do you think insurance is going to cover that? Just pointing that out.
Nope.
No, I don't think insurance is going to cover that either. They have closed down one of the, the oil refinery that's in the Watsa area, in the Orenburg area. They've closed that one down with basically an act of God. Force majeure, I think they call it, where it's basically, yeah, we can't do nothing about that. So I wonder how many other acts of God they're going to have to deal with. Maybe quite a few, considering the karma they've been saving up, hey? One place they won't be doing it, though, is Finland. Because Finland have now begun gradually closing checkpoints for private boats in the eastern part of the Gulf of Finland. Yes, the government has decided to take measures to ensure greater control over their borders and prevent illegal migration from Russia. The move is important because there is a risk that Russian intelligence services have been using this particular channel to send spies and those capable of launching missiles, or at least being able to find targets for launching missiles. I don't know, it's slightly written wrong, but it is a translation. So that's the whole point, that yes, Finland is getting very, 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 very careful about their borders being infiltrated, and so they blimmin' should be, because you know, they've had enough of that bad neighbourage, I think. Oh, Live Sniper, morning.
Good morning. Happy birthday. I just wanted to jump in. I was away from my headphones for a while. Did you already, desperately every morning, I'm waiting for your report regarding the special equipment. Did we already go through that?
I did go through the numbers, but there has been lots
Oh
of
dear.
lovely special equipment recently. It's made me very happy. I mean, double figures yesterday, 12 yesterday, and I think 6 today. So, oh no, 3 today, just 3 today. But you know what? I can live with that because it adds to 15, and it's the 15th. So, oh, that's, yeah. It fits in with my liking of numbers for some reason. Carry on.
Okay, thanks for that. Sorry, I was away for a while. I've been up all night and listening to interesting stories about cooking and recipes and so on. But regarding the borders of Finland, that's indeed it's an interesting development. But last year, after the full-scale invasion, the Finns finally in the military also said that they expect, or they train for invasion from the east, or attack from the east and from Russia, and they dare to name it. So far, it was also just that the yellow and blue party, but now they dare to say it by name, and the stance of Finnish military has changed quite a bit already before joining NATO, and this let's say stricter controls on the sea as well. It's just continuation of that, and I must say I'm glad, because the private boats, you could pretty much sail along the Baltic Sea, and they didn't care that much. Basically, if you had a private boat, you would, if there were some official checkpoints which were you were supposed to go through and have your cargo and whatever checked, and passport and so on, but they were not so strict about it. But now they are, and I don't claim to be sad about it. Thanks.
Well, yeah, the very fact that they've closed the border means that they indeed have to start being a little bit more careful with other points of entry. And I can understand that, because you don't want no Russian spies sneaking their way in, really. We've got enough of that problem. And, well, we have our little spy in Ukraine who's come to speak to us, our little Ukrainian spy, who tells us everything that's going on with him in Ukraine. Good morning, War Doggo.
Good morning, dears. Hope everything's good. Everything's fine. And
Yes, you sound tired, my lovely. Have you had a hard night?
yeah, these days, a lot of travel. We're bringing some stuff to the guys whom we know from SBU, from Omega Special Force to Andres, and the specific is that they're all at the deployments because, as you can imagine, there are a lot of Russia is pushing these days, and many cities and towns who were considered yesterday to be the behind on our side behind or prior the front lines, they are literally being destroyed, same as Russia in their creeping death manner, destroying towns and cities and all of that. In particular, the city of the small town of Chasiv is almost destroyed. I would say almost gone, unfortunately. And yeah, this is the reality of this dealing with Russia. And this is the enemy against whom the Ukrainian armed force and many of those help and support we are standing. Is not a surprise for many back to 2014. One personal story. Back in 2014, I was pushing hard with calling every military, uh, medical uh, top rank, I would say, top ranking doctor in the military in order to organize the stabilization point, uh, medical stabilization point in the Chasiv Yar. And the main trouble was that the local, I would not call him an oligarch, some kind of feudal local in Chasiv Yar who was owning the clay production, or how to call it, clay excavation. He was taking care of only about the profits, and for him, the war didn't exist back in 2014. And we were explaining him that, hey, it's like, is the war with Russia, if we don't push it back and if we don't protect those who hold peaceful Ukrainian skies, Russia will come and you will not have your business. And if I had an opportunity to see him or just look at his days, and I would ask him, so what, bastard, did you get enough profit these days with his hometown and many others being destroyed? So, but nevertheless, this is the reality we accept. This is the reality we are moving in. We knew that Russia is a dangerous enemy, and they're conducting the conscription these days, and they're getting more like 200, 300,000 that they will be able to apply closer to summer, uh, midsummer, end of autumn, end of summer, closer to autumn period, to a certain areas of the front line. And yeah, it doesn't help, and we need to do something to 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 protect, uh, to stay, to keep Russians out. Ideally, if they leave their bloody homes, and to leave to their bloody homes, that would be much better effect for everybody. But we are where we are, and many friends and close who are peaceful Ukrainian skies, they need help, and that means many are in, and I'm super glad to tell you that MriyaReport is also in, and you know this is the unique opportunity when every of the listener of MriyaReport can do very good things, supportive, very effective units, as you've seen a lot of interesting things going on in the past, conducted by SBU, and in particular Alpha guys. They're being part of this BU, and that's actually for whom there is the fundraiser that MriyaReport conducts for tactical gear. And there are different types of equipment that the funds are raised for, from the tactical gear, tactical equipment, tactical the to the hearing protection, those communication components, like the headphones with the hearing protection, and the push-to-talk buttons that connect the hearing protection to the radios. And in that way, the headphones become the communication devices, and many more magnifiers, the specific things that will help those guys to be even more effective in keeping Russians, making Russians out, or keeping Russians away from Ukraine. Because Russians are pushing, uh, delivering previous days some equipment for such kind of like awareness rooms. I would call it. Those are the rooms where every wall is with the TVs, and those rooms and those TVs are broadcasting the picture 24/7, picture from the drones. It's kind of as soon as drones are indoctrinated into military standard operation procedures officially, and there is all the protocols, all the procedures. Military, they know they like to put everything in the procedure, and everything should be clearly mentioned, described in the standard operation procedures. That's exactly what's happening. They have like for the drone usage, they have the standard operation procedures, how they change, how the drones observe 24/7, use different operative depth of enemy lines are being observed in which manner, so far and so on. And those rules are the part of decision-making process of modern Ukraine in a which broadcasted 24/7. It literally helps to see every enemy's movement, any preparation, any intention of an enemy, not to come unnoticed, let's call it that way, and decreasing the reaction time between when you see something that you consider to be available target and you decide to hit that target, and the time between, hey, I noticed, and you gave the right coordinates to those guys who make booms is decreased significantly. Yeah, so those are the things, how the things working, and bringing some powerful laptops in particular, being connected among different Ukrainians, helping other Ukrainians and some IT guys every time they have the replacement of their laptops. And the MacBooks, they're giving their old one free of charge, that are distributed among different military units. So this time we've got 20 that we were delivering to different units, and they work absolutely fine in the military environment. Military know all the safety procedures. They do the specific safety preparations prior to use any equipment, obviously. Laptops in particular, but yeah, you can see it also on my their messages, where some happy guys already sent their happy pictures of SBU unit from Omega unit. Those who already got the equipment. Not all the equipment can be pictured, but the laptops are laptops, and those are the pictures that I was doing in the previous days, because bring some stuff to the guys. Yeah, so that's how the things looking like, and it's not easy period because Russia is pushing, but again, it was never easy since 2022, and now Ukraine is getting prepared more and more. In particular, many cities and towns had proper amount of time to prepare for Russian future offensive, and to build the defensive line, the defense lines, to build the certain specific infrastructure that is targeted to prevent Russia to have an easy trip, right? So plus those who support it, they make it way harder for the Russians. That's why I call people to participate in the fundraiser that MriyaReport is conducting, and that's how so far we're managing. So far, Ukraine is doing the right things. It's Ukraine is still independent and free. That's the most important. And despite whatever Russians are throwing, whatever Russians are trying to do, is is still many people, thousands, hundreds of thousands are stepping against Russians and protecting from Russians to come, because we all know what's happening when Russians are coming. We've all seen this in Irpin, Muslim, Borodyanka, and many other small cities and towns, and we still don't know what's been happening in Mariupol, despite we have a pretty good guess because we know Russians. So, if you have any questions, I will be staying here for a bit of time. Thanks a lot from Ukraine, as always, independently from what is going on and what is on the radar. What you can count on is always love. Thanks a lot from Ukraine.
Hugs and love, War Doggo. It's great to hear you. Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, as it happens, War Doggo, it's my birthday. Yes, it's my birthday. So I'm asking people.
I wish you, my dear, just for myself, apologize for interrupting, but just for myself, a lot of booms in Russian territory, some fires in the oil, and Russia finally leaving Ukraine alone. And the morning that you would start saying, "Oh, well, the war is over. Now I can speak at MriyaReport about something different that I like much more than the war of Russia against Ukraine, bloody war." Thank you so much, dear. Thanks from Ukraine. Happy birthday.
Thank you, sweetheart. And well, you know, it would be an amazing birthday present for me to not to have to report that Ukraine is under attack. That would indeed be incredible. I'm not expecting it this year, but maybe the next one, eh? So, yes, because it's my birthday, folks, I am very keen that you all get me a present. Very keen that you all get me a present. And the best thing you could give for me right now is a small or large donation to the boys that we're collecting for. And now, sorry, I've moved it further back in the nest because I was excited about something. I was excited about a small dog, I know, but we are raising tactical gear. Funds for tactical gear, combat air protection, tactical plate carriers, jackets, boots, and more. This is the SBU Alpha units that our lovely War Doggo has been talking about. Now, the right equipment allows Ukrainians to fight better, more effectively. And so we're obviously tax deductible in the US and Canada, I believe now. And so that also might go some way towards helping. But folks, I don't mind telling you, I'm 47 today. And that sounds like a great amount to, maybe $47, £47. Look, 4.70 if you want. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm just asking that if you want to do something for me because you love me so, and why shouldn't you? It's not like I'm modest or anything. Then feel free to make a donation in my honour, and I would be so grateful. Thank you. There we go. A little bit of emotional blackmail for everybody there. Thanks. War Doggo?
Loggers, I actually got a present. I independently the distance, physical distance between the listeners on MriyaReport. Let me give you something that will make your heart warmer. You remember earlier that the riser that we've been doing for the general purpose tracks for Omega unit, special force for entry, and we've seen already those trucks working at the front lines, and guys doing the right job with those using those vehicles. On top of that, the friends in Poland, the accent guys of accent, they on top of using the same amount that being raised, they also managed to squeeze the ambulance that went for Andri's 18th Brigade medics, and this ambulance is doing the right job these days. Unfortunately, I will not post the sensitive, to call it the sensitive content on people. The, the ambulance does its amazing job saving people's lives and making the doctors more effective. But here comes the present. On top of all the trucks that were already sent to the right guys, if guys will manage to meet these days, because it's very hard on the front lines and not everybody can simply leave the trenches and to go to pick up the car that is already available. So the beautiful all-terrain Jeep is going to be handed over to Scruff, to his air recon guys, Marine of 35th Marine Brigade, and like they're actually meeting somewhere on the
I can tell you're traveling, Lord.
to get the truck.
Oh, there you are.
He's gonna be fine, right? Do you hear me?
Yeah, so Scruff's going to be receiving a truck as well. All-terrain vehicle. Oh, that's amazing.
Yes.
I love my Scruff. I love my Scruff so much.
You know what? He is such a lovely guy, isn't he? And he's got the voice of a teenager, but he's actually. When I saw the video where he's thanking us for the items, the drones, I noticed that he is not a teenager. He's actually a grown-up, and I was like, "Oh!" All this time, I've been thinking of him like my son, and he's a full-grown man and everything. So yeah, it freaked me out. My brain couldn't quite deal with it. I expected him to be about
He's
20.
definitely an adult, and yeah, being an adult, he's getting a car. Uh, if everything goes well, because they really have to meet, and it's not that easy to pull someone from the trenches to even to get a truck. That is very important, and it's something that will help a lot to be more effective and mobile. But still, I mean, it's hard to imagine, but you need it. You are like very much in need of it, but it's like I have no time, and that was very hard to arrange. And finally, hopefully tomorrow, the guys are meeting to get the car. The car is already in Ukraine, and hopefully everything is gonna be good. And I will be telling you, you know what, Scrub got the car, and that's my intention when I will be coming the next days to tell you that everything is fine. Does that count as a present, Mockers?
Yes, it certainly does. That's amazing. What I would just ask you to do me a massive favour, if you manage to speak to Scruff soon, say that Marcus says, hello, sugar. He'll understand.
I'll add that to the message I just sent him.
He giggles whenever I call him sugar. I call everybody sugar, but he particularly likes it, so why not? And I do enjoy his laugh so very much. Oh, wow. Let's just say I'll save that sad tale for later. So obviously you can see that our fundraisers, mean a lot to us, and it warms my heart to know that Scruff is doing his job, and he's doing his job better because we've provided him with some stuff to help him. Yeah, that just it makes my heart want to burst a little bit. I'll be absolutely honest. Love those guys doing their work, doing all the really hard work as well. So I'm really, really happy to hear that they're getting a vehicle. What are we on? What are we on today, guys? on day 782. I
Yep.
know. Still here. And well, so we should be, because this is a completely unjust invasion by Russia on its peaceful neighbour. So let me see if we've got a bit of updated news, eh? We have some developments in Washington for Ukraine aid, but there's still nothing concrete. However, Chuck Schumer said that a consensus had been reached on the issue, and there's a possibility that a deal could be agreed this week. But who knows? Keep your fingers crossed and keep the pressure up, is all I can say on that at the moment. Now, unfortunately, both in the Dnipro area and Nikopol, there were hits last night. So one downed rocket attack unfortunately caused injuries. Let me just see, the number of injured has increased to 13. 2 houses have also been badly damaged, and 3 kamikaze drones hit Nikopol overnight. So unfortunately, this is the problem, that these places are virtually directly on the front line. So there's all sorts of difficulties with shooting anything down that's being aimed there, because I mean there's just minutes in between them being fired and them landing. And so it's really important that we get this air defense to them as much and as soon as possible. The fact that Germany offers a Patriot system is really, really lovely.
Yes.
Go on, please.
I do have a question though about that Patriot system. How long is that going to take?
Well, they did say they would send it immediately. So as soon as it takes to send it.
I heard it. They are going to send it as soon as possible. Well, as soon as possible could be a year from now. So I'm looking for clarity on when exactly that Patriot is going to show up.
Yeah, I think as soon as possible in this case is as soon as it's unplugged and on the road and with you. Because there was a suggestion of immediately in an earlier announcement. So I think that's your answer, as soon as it takes us to get it there in this case. Now we just need 6 more. Minimum.
Yeah.
But can you imagine the help it would provide? I mean, what's been happening over the weekend is like just basically Zelensky's been saying this is going to happen if you don't help us deal with this problem quicker. And guess what? People didn't take him seriously. And it showed that there is a critical importance of effective modern air defense. What a massive gut punch for Ukrainians who are being attacked daily by drones and missiles that are not able to defend themselves. So, yeah, let's get these systems to them, because that just, honestly, it annoys me so much that, I see almost a double standard. I'm sure there were agreements signed. I'm sure there was. Amazing how these pieces of paper matter in some cases and not in others. Hey, but there we go. So, sorry, I'm a little bit cynical these days. Russian troops attacked the center of Sloviansk as well. Now there are no actual victims, but a lot of damage because it landed in the road between a lot of buildings. So you can imagine all the windows have gone and what have you. Oh, goodness. You remember the Terikon area in, sort of Avdiivka Well,
Yes.
but they're still trying to take it. So in October 23, they were trying to take this area. And basically, what you have to do is you have to get yourself across a wide open space and then up a hill with no cover whatsoever. And they're still trying to do that and die en masse. In fact, there's plenty of reporting to say that they're still continuing to do this. So it's well, it's shocking, to be absolutely honest, that they've failed at it so many times, and the only cover that they've got on the way up that hill is the dead bodies of their comrades, which is pleasant, I'm sure.
If they built it, okay, I'm gonna get grim here, but if they assemble their dead comrades correctly, they may be able to hide behind them.
Well, that's kind of what they've been doing. Yeah. Anyway, just so you know.
I haven't seen that, but that's an interesting thought.
Yeah, no, some Ukrainians have actually complained about it, that they've been using their deceased comrades to shore up parts of their trenches. And the fact that when they've entered their trenches, they're like, what the hell? This is like a nightmare. Yeah, so yeah, just a nightmare scenario. Exactly. It's just grimmeth. Now then, talking of grim and things which are going to get worse. And I kind of love this. That this has been described as a Chernobyl scale disaster.
I hear there's actually a disaster in Chernobyl too.
In what way?
Well, it's sort of well, I mean, this isn't really news, but there was actually an article about this in the Kyiv Post, and now I'm actually going to go try to find it because I didn't grab it. It was about cars. It's the radioactive wasteland, the radioactive junkyard, and it's about yeah, there we go. Ukraine's irradiated scrapyard is a global health hazard. The Kyiv Post had an article about this. Normally, they'd have their hands full watching over radioactive cars and policing poachers, but the war has made all of their tasks more difficult. So yeah, that's the issue.
That people keep nicking scrap metal and cars
Yep.
from within
Yep.
the area.
Yep.
Taking out some very radioactive stuff and then handing it out to the community. That sounds fun.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, normally a Chernobyl police car would last 7 to 10 years and then end up in Chernobyl's radioactive scrapyard, safely away from the general population. When Russians invaded, they disrupted all of that. So yeah.
So they nicked all the cars. Oh well.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sure it won't cause them any problems like cancer or sterilization or anything like that.
I know.
Oh well, that's what you get, I suppose, if you pick up stuff and you don't know where it's been. So
well, see, that's the thing, is typically these Chernobyl cars are different because they have a one-way ticket when they enter Chernobyl exclusion zone. The police vehicles never leave the zone from that day when they enter. So now people are nicking them and taking them.
that's going to be awkward in the future, isn't it? Oh well. Perhaps, perhaps parts of Russia will indeed become like Fallout. After all, they're starting to look that way. If you've ever played that game, anyway. So here is another then Chernobyl-style disaster for them, because millions now face the loss of homes and vast tracts of land are flooded, on a scale that hasn't been seen in decades. Just to mention as well that a lot of the more rural communities, of which there are a lot, have dachas. And the reason they have dachas is because this is a plot of land where they will grow themselves their vegetables, and they will literally subsistence farm. So if that land is flooded, how are they going to feed themselves? Because they can't rely on the government, because, well, the Moscow government hasn't done a thing. It's not going to even care about this. I mean, they've turned up and they've taken some pictures and then they've effed off again. They've sent the odd excavator, or at least somebody has, to try and help, and those things have washed away. So, well, dealing with this or not dealing with this is raising the ire of millions who are losing everything. It's going to lead to problems that they'd not planned for. Now, Chernobyl itself was a key catalyst in the fall of the Soviet Union. That the lies were so detached from the reality for so many people that enough was enough. And these floods could well be the cause of something else larger, a much larger sort of feeling of, dissatisfaction, shall we say. And the cause, of course, was cheap, poor safety, poor quality, and corruption, stealing all the money that was supposed to go into the infrastructure. Exactly the same problems as now. The state, of course, was to blame. And you know how history has a little habit of repeating itself. Just to note, the press service of the regional government reported residents of Orenburg affected by the flood will be paid their housing rent for 3 months. And that's that. So at some point, this may turn into a much bigger problem for the government than it currently is. Purely because there's going to be an awful lot of displaced persons. And you know how that causes problems, because we've seen how an awful lot of displaced Ukrainians caused Europe to struggle at first. And, it took a while to find our feet with that, because there was an awful lot of people surging into European countries. And, well, let's just say we were not prepared. But this is something that, it could have been avoided, most definitely. But I would imagine they are very unprepared for the fallout that's going to come as a result of so very many people being affected. So just to point that out, that this is, again, an internal problem that is going to keep causing them much more trouble. Now, let me just have a look at something here. Oh, right, okay, so, yeah, it's just, yeah, I've lost it. I was just looking at something and I lost it. Oh, there we go, yes. So, have a little tale of woe. Little tale of woe. A photograph of a Russian chap in the hospital. And I can safely say he's missing a few limbs. Now then, a photograph was taken with the caption, "Hello everyone, we're sitting in line for a bandage. 3 hours have passed. Our hero is 30 years old. His wife has left. She says she doesn't need half a man. She has taken her son to his mother and dumped the child. His boys are all dead. God left him. And this boy needs lifting up," or something like that. So basically, yeah, this is kind of the situation when you go back to Russia after being thoroughly hurt on the battlefield. I have a feeling that guy's not. He's going to fall under liquidated personnel. Yeah, he's not going back to battle anytime soon. And that's nice, isn't it? So his wife turns up, takes one look at him and says, "I don't want half a man," dumps their son, on his mother and disappears. How lovely. Yeah, caring in the community there. And 3 hours for a bandage, eh? Well, oh well, they bring these things on themselves. They really do. And I just can't find any more sympathy on my shelf. It's just gone. Now, you know how I like a fire? I do like a fire. I spotted another one. And the reason this one is interesting is because, again, believe it or not, it's a furniture warehouse. Just so many furniture warehouses. My goodness me. This one is in Yakutsk in Russia. And today's so-called furniture warehouse, now there's an excellent picture of smoke billowing across half the sky as a result of this. So my goodness me, that furniture was very, very dark and, you know, flammable with dark smoke there. Now, it says here the fire was more than 500 square meters. I'm going to assume that's the entire building, considering it's a warehouse building. More than 40 people and 8 pieces of equipment were brought to the fire. But of course, there is no reports of casualties or cause of the fire. But it was a very powerful fire. And I'm just going to retweet some images and video. And you tell me if you think that was just furniture. I don't know. I just think furniture, it's a great excuse, isn't it? Will, go ahead.
Now, this is going to surprise you, but I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes. The initial fire that took place inside that building is almost all white smoke. It looks like Class A material. Where's Genesis Man when we need him? And only after the fire developed fully did we see any additional black hydrocarbon-based smoke, which means that when the building itself started to burn down, rather than the contents. And I'll note that while the building is burning, plenty of firefighters are willing to enter the building and be on the roof of the building. In fact, there's firefighters on the roof of the building in a manner which I don't think is safe, but there you have it. So I think that the response that we see, color of the smoke, this may be the rare time when they're telling the truth, mockers.
Holy
I
crap.
don't believe them.
You know, they'll do that every now and then just to throw you off.
Rude. Well, either way, you know, I love a good fire, and it was a particularly nice one.
That is very pretty.
Yeah, I love it when they say it's been localized to a particular area, and you look at the building and you go, "What? You mean the whole building?" Yeah, localized to the entire building. Yeah, so just the fact that everything seems to just burn to the ground these days tells me a few things. Now then, apparently, just to note that the March data for Chinese exports was showing gains for January and February. However, the March data has wiped out any gains that they made in the first 2 months. At one point or other, China might just understand that unless they put a leash on their Russian pet, their export market is dead. Well, that I feel is possibly a pressure point, but still, it's nice to see that it's not just Russia having some pain here. It's nice to see that it's also having a knock-on effect to their friends. Now, I don't know if you've seen Dimitro Kubela talking recently, Prince, but he's a bit spicy.
Spicy. I like spicy because spicy is good. And he can get very spicy.
Yes, well, both him and Zelensky have been throwing out some spice these days, and I'm enjoying it, to be honest, because you know how I appreciate straight talking and, you know, let's just be honest about things. And so he's actually said there is an absolutely real scenario in which Patriot air defense systems located in Poland could cover the western regions of Ukraine. When we sit behind closed doors, I say to all partners, do you want to rent them? Let's rent. Want to cover your border? It will be covered, but give it to us. Because basically, they would cover Poland's border from the western side of Ukraine. It would be, you know, something that they would be happy to do at that point. And so, you know, having them just on the other side of the border makes them useless. Having them moved into Ukraine's border makes them extremely useful for both countries, I would say. So, Cubella's going around basically saying, give us your bloody Patriots, stop messing about. And so, yeah, absolutely, that. And Zelensky yesterday was, shall we say, teensy bit spicy. Had a few things to say about the fact that, well, you know, it's great to see Israel receiving assistance, but they're going through, you know, this every single day, and it does feel a little bit, you know, as though there was some things that happened there that were a little bit feel as though Ukraine might just not be getting the same sort of assistance as others. And we're right. He said aid to Ukraine is still limited, and the Russian state still has access to critical components that are necessary for the production of their missiles and drones. And all of this must be and can be stopped. Both the connivance of terror and the ability of terrorists to find accomplices around the world, and Russian terror itself in all its manifestations, need to be combated better. It was noted that Russia launched 130 Shahed drones, 80 missiles, and 700 CAB missiles over Ukraine in just 1 week, and said Western aviation and air defense systems have proven their effectiveness with destroying Iranian missiles and drones. But the whole world has seen that Israel did not stand alone. And, well, you know, he's making that point that here we are standing on our own with you guys giving us a thumbs up from way over there. And yeah, you know, they're all going on, oh, unprecedented missile and drone strike. Hello? We've been doing this for 2 years, man. 2 years over here. Hello? It's almost like, you know, people just sort of forgot that Ukraine's doing this every day. It's almost as though they were getting struck by drones before it was fashionable. I know. Shocking, hey? To be a pioneer. So, yeah.
Okay. So I did this earlier today, and you probably weren't paying attention, which is fine. But you probably were sleeping anyway. What I want to say about this, I understand the outrage and the frustration of seeing the democracies of the world, the free democracies of the world, yeah, okay, help Israel to take down a whole bunch of drones and missiles. I mean, I think now the number's up to the United States took down over 80 missiles or something like that. They took down a good percent, not missiles, I'm sorry, but drones. They took down a good percentage of them. And same with the ballistic missiles. I mean, it was only like 6, but still, that's enough. You know, that helps. And you know, I don't know what Israel took down themselves. And I hate it, but I have sort of come to an understanding of what the difference is between the United States, Britain, France, and Jordan joining in and taking all that stuff down, and why they aren't doing that in the United States. It's frustrating. It feels wrong, but it makes sense. And I don't like it, but it's true. And
the other point, though, that Israel has really good air defense systems.
yes, they do. But here is the point. In order to get to Israeli airspace to attack Israel, those drones and those missiles had to go over countries such as, let's say, Jordan, where there are U.S. air bases and other military bases. So there are existing bases. So those weapons are flying over territory where the United States has a presence. So it makes sense for the United States, Britain, and France and Jordan to help to shoot those things down. Now, if, say, for example, Poland was between Russia and Ukraine, and in order for Russia to attack Ukraine, the weapons had to go over the airspace of Poland, and there were United States troops in there, then yes, the United States would shoot them down. Unfortunately, Ukraine borders Russia directly, and so that does not happen. Now, I can say, yes, I agree. There have been a couple of times when they have gone through Romania very briefly, I believe. And so, that I agree is a problem. They probably should have shot those down. Poland, same kind of idea. But 39 seconds in your territory, you could go either way. You could make a judgment call on that. But that is the main difference to me, and I hate it, but it sort of kind of makes sense. So, who said that? Will?
Me. And here's exactly why. You don't have to wait till a missile trap goes over you in order to attack it. Poland and Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary could all house bases that would protect the entire western half of Ukraine without getting them anywhere near Russian air defenses on the ground, and they could shoot down all the cruise missiles and Shaheeds that are heading in a line basically from Kiev down to Odessa and west, and then let Ukraine move more of their equipment out and around to protect the rest of the country. I'm not talking about a no-fly zone. I'm talking about NATO's flying our planes in support of Ukraine's planes, as was done in Israel. Everybody talking about a no-fly zone in all of Ukraine, and that's going to subject us to the air defense ground by ground from Russia and their planes. Hey, if NATO takes off planes from Poland or Romania and is shooting down unmanned aircraft in the west of Ukraine, and Russia wants to take those planes on, please proceed, sir, is all I'd say. The rules of engagement for those planes should be protect yourself, but they're not on offensive, we're going to shoot down plane activity or we're going to do close air support. They'd be on a duty to say, shoot down cruise missiles and Shaheeds to thin the fucking herd so that Ukraine's ground-based air defense systems and MiG-29s and Su-27s can clean up the rest in areas where the planes would be at danger. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I understand your point too, but I'm just.
And the Black Sea is international territory, as Ioannis pointed out multiple times.
This is true. Anyway, so that's just my understanding of the explanation and why it is the way it is, and I don't like it, but in my mind, it somewhat makes sense.
It kind of makes sense, but I pushed back on it at the time, and I'll push back on it now. You don't have to wait till missiles travel over you in order to interdict them.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. I think it's a sucky policy, and there are bases in Romania, there are bases in Poland. There, that should happen. But I see Iona is here, and realistically, Iona's the one who's closest to it, and so Iona, what do you say?
Hello, Prince. Hello, Mockersville. So I will not be on a rant today why US and UK and France helped Israel and they are not helping Ukraine. That's not the point. It's only normal to help Israel. But we should help Ukraine probably in the same way or in a very close way to this. My point is the US has what 480 Patriot systems. Give 1% to Ukraine, 5 Patriot systems. It's not so much. You won't miss them, really. You won't miss them. You don't need them. Just give 5 Patriot systems to Ukraine. And the other two will be found in Europe. Ukraine said they need 7. So this will solve the thing quite quickly. You can lease them, you can rent them if you want. The Ukrainian officials said that they are open for any type of solution. So just give 5 Patriot systems to Ukraine. It's not so much. I understand that they are in talks about, 2 Patriot systems and 1 SAM-T from Europe. It would be a nice addition for US to step in and said, "Oh, sorry, I was asleep. Yeah, I remembered I have a lot of patriots. Just like give 5 to Ukraine." Anyway, about what happened in Israel and the 99% of things shut down. I understand the reasons about the geography, but what wasn't said, and I think this is the most important thing, is that Israel is 30 times smaller than Ukraine. It's much easier to defend the smaller territory than a big country that has a lot of targets, and the Russians are choosing, to target a lot of things. Israel is also prepared, like 30 years. It has a very good air defense system. Well, many systems actually. It has the Iron Dome, which again is suitable for small surfaces, not for a big country. And US and UK, military capabilities were in the area. But of course, there are US bases in Romania. There are 2 of them quite close to the Black Sea. The base in Mikhail Kogolniceanu and the other base at Petești, that is, the shield that was prepared by US for threats from the Middle East, actually. There are military bases in Poland, and there are also military bases, US military bases in Turkey. It's true, it's not on the Black Sea, it's on the Mediterranean. But again, you can just fly, lift up some F-16s and do a little bit of work over the Black Sea. And again, I'm coming back to the Black Sea. Okay, we cannot do a no-fly zone over Ukraine for different political reasons. I don't know why, but anyway, let's say we cannot do it. Do it over the Black Sea. Those missiles that go to Odessa, they are flying above the Black Sea. Those missiles that are hitting the southern part of Ukraine, they are flying above the Black Sea. The Russians are sending missiles above the Black Sea, and it's like unmanned things that are flying in international airspace. Why aren't we taking those down? So maybe we should be a little bit more onto it and show that Ukraine is defended, because again, those countries that helped Israel, 2 of them are signatories of the Budapest Memorandum. The third one, France, was kind of offering guarantees at that moment. It's nice to be, to put your signature on a paper and say, yeah, we will inform you, UN, and we will take the necessary steps. And when steps are needed, to say, yeah, but we only promised to inform the UN, and Russia is in the UN Security Council, and we cannot do anything because they vetoed it. So it's nice to promise something, but maybe those countries should do more. I understand that UK did a lot, the US did a lot, but it's not enough. And again, if we are looking at the military capabilities of these countries, UK, US, France, they are not under threat right now. There will be no land conflict in those countries right now, but there is one in Ukraine. Those tanks can go to Ukraine. Those Patriot systems can go to Ukraine. So regardless of what happened in Israel, and it's very good that those countries stepped in, there is more that can be done for Ukraine, and it's kind of the time to do it. there was yesterday an argument that, Israel had time to prepare. Well, we are 782 days of war, 782nd day of war right now. I think there was time to prepare for whatever. So let's just step in now. And again, it's not much. 1% of the patriots in US. That would help Ukraine a lot.
Very good.
Right.
Will, would you like my seat? And then you can talk as much as you want. God help us all.
I almost didn't talk about anything yesterday, and in fact left all of my three best rants on the table. I'll give you the short one right now. I was reading about these missile strikes, and I agree with Ioana that the missile takedowns in Israel completed by 5 nations, and all that they had to bear there, 99% against 300 objects, is not what I would call impressive. What I'd call impressive is the 29th of December, 2023, when 186 projectiles were fired at Ukraine, and with the little that they had, they achieved 87% shoot down rate. That's over a country the size of Texas. So I call that impressive. And so why don't we give some more of the good shit to the people who've actually doing, they're ranting about this being amazing in Israel. It is amazing in Israel. I'm really glad they did that for Israel. But previously I've had Gunny tell me I'm full of shit about it. The other day, Joe was tempering it with, but they have bases in between this stuff. Don't tell me this can't be done. They did it yesterday, impromptu, with no training together whatsoever, right? All this talk about, well, they'd have to coordinate. I'm not talking about a no-fly zone. I'm talking about a no Russian death fucking things flying zone. Not talking about shooting down Russian planes. I'm not talking about taking on anything like that. I'm talking about flying NATO jets or fuck NATO. I'm talking about Poland and Romania saying, hold my goddamn beer, we've got this. If you aren't interested in getting involved, we are, because that's what just happened in Israel, and we're going to stand with Ukraine. So we're going to fly our jets up over Western Ukraine and our territory, and we're going to shoot down any drone or any missile that we can possibly shoot down that's coming from Russia, and we're going to support them with our AWACS to be able to find, detect, and kill all those things. And we're not going to engage any Russian fighters. And if any Russian fighters engage us, the rules of engagement are protect yourself only. The planes from Ukraine will fly wherever the hell they want. It's not a no-fly zone. The Ukrainian Air Force is going to fly as they will, because Russia wouldn't agree to any no-fly zone anyway. So why even get into it with them? It's support to keep Russia from committing war crimes in Western Ukraine. It'll cut the country almost in half. It would allow the Ukrainians to move valuable ground-based air defense, which they are in so short a supply of right now, today, tomorrow, the next day. Not 2 weeks from now, not a month from now, tomorrow. They could move that shit closer to where it needs to be, protecting the city of Kharkiv, Dnipro, Kherson, all the places that are getting smashed now by FABs, and shoot down those goddamn planes that are dropping FABs on the Russian cities or the Ukrainian cities in the east, and start to stop these Russians' advance. Start to stop it. Help Ukraine cover its west so that it can prosecute the war in the east the way it wants. And if Russia decides that this is the time to trigger war with NATO by attacking those planes, so be it. Russia will be fucking crushed by Poland alone, or Poland and Finland. The race to jump in on Russia to get a piece of that ass, if they have a go at NATO planes that are shooting down their unmanned objects in Western Ukraine, try it on Putin. Please proceed, sir, is how I'd go with that. I know that's seen as bellicose, and I've never served a day in a cockpit. Bullshit. That's bullshit. That is appeasement at this point. It's been done in Israel. Impromptu, no planning, no execution, no training together, and they shot down 99% because they brought the tools to the party. Protect themselves, protect the Ukrainians from unmanned objects, and that's it. That's all we're talking about in Ukraine. That's all I've ever been talking about in Ukraine, and I get nothing but shouted down by experts who can't show me the have told me that what just happened in Israel couldn't happen. That's what they're telling me. Sorry.
You feel a little bit strongly about this one, don't you, Will? No, I'm totally with you. I really am.
Yeah. Very good,
yeah.
Will. Thank you.
And I will note that Gunny has changed his tune in the last 24 hours in relation to this strike in Israel. And I agree with his approach that this is just the start. But if we're going to have to take on Russia and take on Iran, let's start today, because they're only getting stronger and we're going nowhere.
I can't disagree with you. Now, someone else who wouldn't disagree with you is also Zelensky. Just to bring you his words on the matter, I am the president of Ukraine. I have no right to give up. I have no right to not be offended by the fact that they have more weapons and we have less. I have to live and motivate my people who believed. That got me. Believed, because that means we no longer believe in you. And that to me is a sign in itself. Rage Fella, go ahead, my lovely.
Good morning. Just a quick one. Happy birthday, Mockers, for a start. Hope you have a fab day, lovely. And I just wanted to say thank you, Will. Thank you so much. I was listening to MriyaReport last night, UK time, and getting more and more and more depressed. It felt like a discussion about how and why we have to appease Russia and probably most other dictatorial regimes. And it was thoroughly depressing that the discussion last night felt very much like more a defense of US and UK policy than a real objective critical eye on it, and what should we be doing. And so I just wanted to say thank you, Will, for bringing it back round to no, let's be objective. Let's say, yeah, there are certain things we won't be able to do, but there are all these things we can do that we should be doing, and we should be doing them now. We should have been doing them for 2 years. Let's be honest. It's not suddenly because of what happened in Israel. Oh, now we should do it in Ukraine. Should have been doing it for 2 years. But you're right. Israel showed what can be done when the political will is there. And that's what's missing at the moment in sort of strong enough terms with Ukraine. And that's what we all need to push to get changed, and changed yesterday. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
No worries. I mean, yeah, sometimes we get ourselves a bit into the doldrums and we, feel as though we have to defend ourselves. And no, I'm not, gonna stand up in defense of what the UK did in Israel. Yeah, it's great. It's great that we went in and helped, but damn, it does really show what we can do, doesn't it? And yeah, that is a little bit disappointing that we've had 2 years of them saying, oh, we couldn't possibly. Oh, no, we couldn't possibly. We couldn't possibly. And then, oh, we can after all. Yes, a little bit disappointing that for me, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
So
and I'll just note that now NATO, now everybody, now even people on MriyaReport are trapped in a logic of trying to figure out or trying to explain why we can't do something rather than talk about what we're going to do to stop the terror attacks on Ukrainian cities. Not whether we can or can't. We have license to do whatever the fuck we want to save Ukrainian cities. So start figuring out what you're going to do to affect that, and stop talking about what we can and can't do diplomatically. We're not at a diplomatically. Russia is killing Ukraine every night, and we have the power to stop it. So do so. I don't care if it's with ground-based air defense and cleaning out the stocks and putting themselves at risk of not having enough, like Ioana's talking about, whether it's planes, what. I'm not the military expert here, but I've got better ideas than I've heard coming out of the military anytime recently.
Thank you, Will. Ioana, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I had multiple points. Let me see how should I say it about Poland and Romania doing things. Well, there are a lot of military analysts that are talking, so this is not official information, but probably they know what they are talking about. The idea is that there were hints that we can establish a no-fly zone over the delta of the Danube if we want. We can take down whatever flies into Romania if we can. This applies also above on the international space above the Black Sea, but Romanian airspace, but nothing more than this. So basically, the idea is that Romania cannot engage on targets that are not above Romanian territory, and there is a very sensible point, sensitive point about how to engage targets that are briefly crossing Romanian territory but may crash into Ukraine, or seem to come into Romania, but you know, it can be argued that they are not intended for Romanian targets. So it's like, you know, turning around in a circle. And again, as Will said, explaining why we can't do something when actually we should talk about how to do something more. So there is this.
When you hear people say from now, because they're all going to do this, I'm telling you, they're all going to talk about a no-fly zone. I don't want a no-fly zone. I want a shoot down every unmanned murder weapon from Russia zone. Ukraine planes can fly as they want.
I want that too. I want that too. And I really would like Romania to do more. But again, I'm sure it's not just up to Romania. Romania is not the bravest countries of all. We also have a very vulnerable spot in Moldova because, you know, Moldova is not in NATO. And if Russians decide tomorrow to bomb Chisinau, I wonder what the international community will say. Of course, I don't want this. Of course, I hope this won't happen. But it is possible because the Russians are crazy and they are not respecting anything. So this is our vulnerable spot, and this is why Romania is kind of very, very shy in talking and very shy in, you know, doing maybe more, even if Romania did a lot. And it's not just military help, but it's also, you know, help for the refugees and massive, massive infrastructure investments that are happening right now in order to help Ukraine integrate better into this part of Europe. And the other thing is Romania has 7 Patriot systems. They are currently aligned at the border with Moldova. We don't need them right now. Maybe we don't need the 7 of them. Maybe we could do something for Ukraine with those. I hope that one at least will go to Ukraine. As I understood, the Ukrainian officials are talking with Romanian officials right now about this. Maybe you could do something, but we kind of lost the trust. We kind of lost the trust that if we will be in need, somebody will step in to help. And this is happening in Poland too. You are seeing the trends, how Poland and Romania are trying to arm themselves and organize in order to prepare for a future threat. Because that future threat, it's not, it's a potential threat, it's a real threat. It's not something like, well, you are talking crazy about, you know, Russia attacking maybe in 2 or 3 years, or we don't know. It is a threat. It is a threat. That's what we aren't, you know, grasping right now. If we are letting the Russians and we are allowing the Russians do what they do to Ukraine, do you think they will stop? I don't think they will stop. And if NATO is not asserting itself better, do you think that the Russians will be afraid to just step a little bit into the delta of the Danube, just, you know, do some skirmish at the border with Poland? Do you think that they will not do this? I'm not sure about it. And that's the big problem right now. Looking at US not doing much, being very self-centered and very focused on the future elections, and just losing time, like 4 months or how many months? Almost 6 months
6,
since October.
7
Yeah,
now,
6
almost
months.
now.
Losing this time and not doing something, we are kind of losing our trust. That's the problem. The countries that are near Ukraine, the countries that are closest to the conflict area, are wondering right now, will somebody help us? You know, and this is not a good thing, because we were like convinced that NATO is a thing and NATO will defend us, and NATO, it's a good thing to be in NATO. Well, NATO is not doing much actually right now. And
Plus,
even if
NATO
Ukraine is
is
not in
you.
NATO, yes, and even if Ukraine is not in NATO, NATO is the biggest defense alliance in the world. I mean, they should have a better voice. And yeah, that's a problem. We are losing trust, and this uh, this trust that is lost right now is influencing internal politics, because it creates a good ground for, you know, those illiberal, irredentist, um, extremist views, and our small extremist party is growing. And my heart hurts about this, because we will have elections this year, and we'll maybe find this extremist party with 20% in the parliament, which is absolutely ridiculous, because Romanian people are not like this. But we are looking at over the border. You have heard Daniel. It's not easy to be here. It's really not easy to be here. So yeah. Sorry for my rant again. I didn't intend it to, but you know.
Well, it builds up. Mockers, I just wanted to let everybody know that in honor of Mocker's birthday, one of our listeners, regular listeners, and also regular contributor, who I have to divulge is in Canada, of course, because her donation was made in Canadian dollars, and she made her donation to Maria Aid, because MriyaReport doesn't take PayPal. So she's put in her donation, and wants everybody here to match it if they can. She particularly wants me to match it, because of course Prince isn't the only one that wants their hand in my pocket. She's put in 84.60 Canadian, which it's probably about $50 US. 61, I'm lying, but it's about $50 US. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to take up Liz's challenge to donate $50 for Mocker's birthday to MriyaReport, and I encourage everybody else to do so, because if we pile in for a bit of $50 each, we're on our way to buying, a plate carrier, set of gloves, some hearing protection, any of this combat tactical equipment we're raising for the SBU Alpha folks, because they won't let me buy bullets. That's why. So that's what we're doing. $50. I'm going to throw in $50. Liz has already piled on her Canadian 61, and encourage everybody else to do so. Thanks very much, Mockers.
Thank you. Well, just today, Israel has called on the UN Security Council to listen to President Zelensky. They said, when Zelensky condemned Iran's attack yesterday, he said the sounds of Iranian Shahed drones are an instrument of terror, and they are the same in the skies over the Middle East and Europe. And this sound should be a wake-up call for the entire free world. Now, I like that they have turned around to the Security Council at the UN and said, yeah, you need to listen to this guy. He's really, he's talking some sense here, and you need to pay attention. That is, I think, it's important that they've come back and said something quite strongly like this. Now then, Luca, I believe you were next.
Hey, Ocker. Hey, Will. Yeah. So, like, the day of the invasion, they said close the sky, and then everybody was like, "Oh, they're talking about blah blah blah," and then suddenly yesterday, or today, everybody on Twitter is, "Oh, wait." Well, because before they were like, "Oh, it's impossible," and then it's like, "Oh, well, what happened? Like, it just happened in Israel." Yeah, it's different, and Ukraine is bigger, and You know, Israel has been investing in this for 20 years and blah, 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 blah. But where there is the will, there is the way. And like, I really like your impassioned speech. I completely agree with it. I think it's BS. You know, we've been, you know, we're being like short, you know, showing all sorts of shortcomings, you know, with Ukraine that, you know, is just shameful. So, yeah, I think, you know, and what are the freaking F-16s? Like, really? Like, you know, because they were chasing those cruise missiles, like, with jets, you know, over Jordan and this and that, and they shut down a whole bunch, you know, even before it got into, you know, Israeli airspace. And yeah, like, these F-16s, where are they? Why is it taking so long? Let's move. Let's give Ukraine what they need to defend themselves, to defend their skies. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the slow arrival of F-16s is actually killing me. I'm beginning to think that they're just you know, imaginary at this point. I'm sure they're not, but yeah, you get to a point where you're kind of like, we ever going to see these darn things? Because I really expected to see them by now.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, as I was putting together my Senate submission today on the hearings they're going to have in relation to this, I was reading through some of my old research, and I note that when Australia handed over the 25 or half of the 25 FA-18s to Canada, when they sold them to them, the very planes that we still should be giving to Ukraine, when they gave the Canadians ones, here's how they gave them to them. They flew them into an exercise that Canada was doing jointly with them, and then they just left them the keys. There's 16 FA-18 fighters in Australia that we could do exactly that with. Boeing said they're ready to fly today, and the other 27 need some work. But that's what, you know, this is the kind of effort we need to see people doing, packing up their Patriots, like Ioana said, right now, and driving them over. You know, we'll tell you when we get to the border. You know, we're leaving now. Fly some planes in and get them working today. Because if we do that sort of activity, I'll tell you, one day of flying combat air patrols by Poland and Romania over Western Ukraine and their territory, shooting down murder machines from Russia, and I'll bet you it puts a real chilling effect on Russia wasting that stuff, flying it into Western Ukraine. Prove me wrong.
Indeed. Nale, go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, thanks. Hello and happy birthday to Mockers. 47 is a nice number. It strikes me, all this non-action, that do we not trust the capabilities of our own gear? I think we're not a level that, you know, it seems to me that our NATO generals are quite unsure of the capabilities of an F-35, which was actually used in Israel when they shot down these drones. So don't they trust their own equipment? Because as stated many times on this space, it should be quite superior to the Russian/Soviet stuff that the Russians still use. Is it not? And I realize that if there is a dogfight and shooting down missiles and all that, that's all very dangerous, of course, because you have an adversary that can shoot at you too. But shouldn't our stuff be superior? So what's the problem? And I'm very disappointed in my government too, since they said that we won't do any stuff like that. So yeah, thanks.
Oh, that was a big sigh, my friend. Now, I'm having trouble bringing people up. So if anybody doesn't want to speak and wants to pop themselves down, that would be great. But I still might have trouble bringing them up. So if I still am, I will try and send people a DM invite if possible. So let's.
Not me. I just dump you.
Oh yeah,
I just
yeah.
dump you and apologize later. You know.
Okay, I leave. I go to sleep. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Luca.
Thanks, Luca. Hang around, buddy.
I think Ioana was next. Go ahead, Ioana.
Yeah, two short points. One about the planes. Yeah, indeed, Ukraine needs planes. It needed planes like 2 years ago. I don't know why we are taking so long to deliver planes to Ukraine. If Ukraine would have like 200 plus planes today, what would Russia do? Nothing, I believe. They will do nothing. I believe that they will be afraid because we have seen the signs that they are afraid of the F-16. And yeah, it's time. It's past time. It's, you know, time to give Ukraine, but not 20 planes. They need probably 100 or more planes to have. Sorry for the noise. And I will link this with what is happening in Kharkiv now and in other places with the Russians using the FAB bombs. Well, planes are absolutely essential to take down this threat, and it's a real threat. And you have seen what is happening now in Kharkiv is almost what happened to Mariupol. The Russians are bombing it every day. They are destroying the infrastructure. They are targeting the city with whatever things that they can use, FAB bombs, the S-300, S-400 in ground-to-ground mode. And we are witnessing the fact that the Russians are destroying a city under our watch. They are doing to Kharkiv what they did to Mariupol. And Kharkiv is a city of more than 1 million people, and it's in Europe, and it's a big city, and we are just standing there and watching how Russia are destroying it. So it's almost, for me, it's so unacceptable that I'm really caught in this, trap of wondering in what world are we living in. So yeah, planes for Ukraine. And that attack on Israel, it had very little consequences, a little bit of damage in a military base or something like this, no victims. Look what's happening to Kharkiv every day. So yeah.
Spot on. Stephen.
Well, Jenny is here.
Sorry, Jenny. I had my finger over Jenny.
Yeah, I know I'm short and little, but hopefully I'm a little bit bigger than your finger.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. Uh, so I understand the differences that with Ukraine and Israel, but I feel somewhat betrayed because Ukraine has never asked for boots on the ground, or um, they have not asked NATO to close the skies, as far as I know. That was a discussion that NATO had, if it was possible. What Ukraine has asked for is weapons, and they will do the job themselves. And I understand that the planes went up in the air to protect NATO bases in the area or US Air Force bases in the area. I get that. They were protecting their own interest. But if they have the money to do that, they should be able to, give a little bit of weapons. Maybe a few Patriot systems, maybe a little bit more shells. It's not like Ukraine is asking for, both our kidneys. They're not even asking for a kidney, they're asking for a sliver of the liver. And if you guys don't know this about the human anatomy, you can actually hack off half the liver and it will grow back. It's like a little lizard tail. It grows back. It's one of the few organs that you can almost destroy and it regenerates. So they're not asking for a whole lot. They're just asking for the weapons to defend themselves. So I'm gonna also get cracking on my government to look over to see what we can do more, because it I understand what Ioana says when she says, "Who can we trust?" And I'm super glad that we have an agreement within the Nordics now that we will have each other's back, and especially the strong agreements that we have with Finland, that we are going to have each other's back, because that is at least something I can trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Stephen.
Stephen, are you there, my friend? Oh, now we've confused him, obviously. Oh, he's disconnected. Maybe that would be why. Nale, go ahead. We'll try you instead.
Yeah, thanks. I want to ask Will, since you mentioned Gunny's position on this thing that you were talking about earlier, what exactly was Gunny's previous position? Okay, he was against it, but why was he against it?
So maybe he's around and come up and, but I'll summarize that he said that doing a no-fly zone, which isn't what I'm asking for anyway, but he said, prosecuting a no-fly zone over Ukraine would mean that the NATO planes would be exposed to Russian air-to-air and ground surface-to-air threat, and the normal practice when that threat occurs is you kill the thing on the ground so that it's no longer a threat, right? I mean, that the standard way NATO prosecutes things is you don't threaten it or you die, which is NATO's way to do it. But I'm not asking. Well, so anyway, that's what he said would be a problem. That it's escalatory. That Russia's a nuclear power, and we don't want to be doing things to draw NATO into direct conflict with Russia, because it's a nuclear power and it could result in the end of the world, which I respectfully accept, but 100% disagree with, because I'm not asking for a no-fly zone. I'm asking for a shoot down Russian murder weapons over Western Ukraine zone, in which the Ukrainian and Russian air forces fly normally. But he said it would be too confusing. It would be too difficult to work together. They've never practiced together. It takes, that sort of deployment takes ages to plan and implement a no-fly zone. Except they came up with one overnight in America. So I'm just saying it doesn't match what our reality, and I'm not asking for West NATO aircraft to be put in harm's way from Russian surface-to-air or air-to-air damage. I'm simply asking them to cover the port of the territory of Ukraine where they wouldn't be in that danger. And if they are put in that danger, if they are actually fired upon, the rules of engagement should be to engage to eliminate the threat. Because I don't believe Russia wants to go to war directly, actually, in reality, with any NATO troops, because it would unleash the real bear on them. And, at this point, folks, I'm not being hyperbolic. Poland would be a daunting adversary for Russia to take on at this point. They have a bigger air force. It's a more advanced air force. They have on the ground an armored military that's as big, capable, and more powerful than anything Russia has in the neighborhood, and they know how to use it better. Just saying. So, what he said, that it would be too provocative. They'd be too much in danger. They haven't worked together, coordinated, and that it would be a nuclear provocation, essentially, to Russia. And while I don't disagree that Russia is a nuclear power and might take that, it could trigger them to attack NATO directly. It could do that, but I'm not afraid of Russia using nuclear weapons. I am not afraid of it, nor should, and I would say, nor should anyone else be. Russia has no bona fide path to use of nuclear weapons unless it truly has a complete death wish, which I don't believe the entire country wants to cease to exist. Not that they'll get, nuked back. If Russia uses a tactical nuclear weapon, even one tactical nuclear weapon, it will cease to exist as a country because it will be invaded from all sides by all parties who never want to see the use of nuclear weapons ever again. Even though they hold them, nobody wants to ever see the use of a nuclear weapon. It doesn't serve any tactical or strategic purpose of Russia. In this instance, they would gain nothing for it, and the first use of nuclear weapons would result in the very thing that they hold nuclear weapons for: the elimination of the country of Russia. But it's definitely there. The nuclear threat, folks, is there as long as Russia holds nukes, not as long as anybody takes them on in any neighborhood where they're being a bully. It exists right now, and we aren't dialing the bizarre, irrational use of nuclear weapons or a death wish. We're not dialing that up one notch by taking on Russia's unmanned aerial drones and missiles in Western Ukraine. It does not strategically. Nolly, back to you.
Yeah, thanks. So what exactly is the point of NATO then? Isn't one very big thing within NATO is like streamlining the command and, practicing together, and everybody's talking to each other in the same language even, which is English, and being able to coordinate things fast. Isn't that the whole point of it? So
indeed, yeah, indeed.
Yeah, so that's I think that's a bit of a strange argument against your suggestion, since I mean our army has been what should I call it, being in this integration process into NATO since 94, I believe, or 95. So we had all this down when we joined NATO, and same thing with Sweden too. And just get it done. Jesus Christ, how hard can it be, really?
Now, this is where I take you to the bar and explain to you that it was all just a big chimera. I come here to get you to join, to pay your dues from Finland, and then we tell you that it actually has no purpose. No, I'm kidding. It's but this is why I say I think individual countries adjacent to Poland, individual countries next to Ukraine who have the bravery to stand up and do this, much as America and Britain, France did they didn't discuss with NATO, or maybe they did discuss it with NATO, but it should be discussed on the basis of the countries that are willing. We're going to do this. Does anybody else want to join us? Rather than let's have a 6-month roundabout talk about what we're going to do in the contact group within NATO for Ukraine and stuff like. Folks, we're beyond that. There needs to be some action from responsible parties that are willing to do something now, the way they did, not exactly the same, but analogous to the support that was given to Ukraine. That is also not a NATO member. I would remind everyone. Stephen, are you awake yet?
Many thanks. Yeah, sorry, no, I was having some technical issues. I recycled everything, and can you hear me now?
Yes, indeed. And I've also just accidentally dropped Shaggy out of the space and have to figure out how to get him back.
Oops. I'll sort that out, don't you worry.
Many thanks. Well, firstly, happy birthday, Marcus. Happy birthday. Yes, I will be sending a little present presently. Speaking of air defense and the sort of common discussion about Middle East and Ukraine, as we know, the origin of effective against Shaheeds. You don't, in fact, need Gepards, but Gepard. I think a lot of people don't know this because it was not given much fanfare. But one of the nations that defended against the invasion of its airspace by Iranian missiles and drones was Jordan. And Jordan, is in the process of delivering 60, that is 60 Gepard systems to Ukraine, which will be in country allegedly on the 24th of May. So I should like to congratulate them for that. And that is no small number, 60 Gepard systems. Unfortunately, the number of rounds available, 6,000, that is being donated as well, is not especially high, but the rounds are not as difficult to come by. Now the Swiss have got off their backsides on that score, as are the actual units, and the units are powerful and effective. So there is some good news there, and it does in fact come from Jordan. So with regard to the nuclear question, you know, that's sort of a tiring way of talking about NATO, because to me, talking about NATO is really a distraction that plays into the bullshit rhetoric of Russia. This is not about NATO expansion, although they have succeeded in expanding and strengthening NATO. And NATO is strengthening despite a certain rump of a formerly great political party causing tribulations and concerns in that direction. The defensive pact that is in fact faltering and withering is the CTSO, with Armenia announcing its departure just a few days ago, and Kazakhstan criticizing Russia strongly, and the Central Asian republics not being too impressed with Russia in general either, and bizarrely even Serbia giving some number of nuclear defense treaty with any Western nation, although it ought to be covered and indeed so recently. Beautiful wrinkle, that, isn't it? Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. The conversation moved a bit away, but I want to respond to you, Will, about escalatory things, whatever. Russia is making sure we will do that eventually, but they are we are not having the initiative, and it's wasting. Escalatory, I think, ever since, well, for over a year. Now again?
You can, but I'm still going to turn you down because I look terrible in a white dress.
You wouldn't wear white to a wedding.
Okay. I tried.
But thank you all the same. At least somebody loves me enough. Linda, please go ahead.
Yeah, couple of things with regard to flying over other countries, flying over Ukraine. Analogy. If the US was having difficulties, whatever they might be, just say in the northwestern states, it's nobody else's business if, say, the US and Canada made some agreement that Canada could sub in and do whatever, patrol the Western United States on behalf of the US, right? I can't think of an instance why that would happen, but nevertheless, it's nobody else's business if we chose to do that. That's between us and Canada, right? Same thing with Ukraine. Ukraine is not Russia, regardless of what Russia says. Ukraine is an autonomous country. They can make deals, arrangements, friendships with whomever they want or don't want. So if Ukraine invited Poland to come in, I believe that Poland is a member of NATO, correct? Correct me if I'm
Yep.
wrong. Okay. And I believe that Romania is a member of NATO. Is
Yep.
that correct? Okay. What about Bulgaria?
Yep.
Okay. Now, so just because they happen to be a member of NATO, Bulgaria is not equivalent to NATO. Neither is Poland. Neither is France. Right? Neither is Romania. They're still independent states. And they can make arrangement as independent states as they so wish. So if Poland and or Romania and or Bulgaria protect Polish skies. Same thing in reverse. If any nation chose to try to invade Ukraine, then given that pact, says, yes, please, we need your help. We have this arrangement. Please exercise it. Come and protect our skies. Girl Scouts and to a Baptist church simultaneously. You and the Baptist church and the Girl Scouts are entities. So independent of NATO. Issue of coalition building and
Exactly what Peter M. and I called it more than 6 weeks ago when we first brought the matter up.
and I was saying this a year and a half ago.
and if others in NATO's a great group. Look, the reason why NATO it would be great, but all we need is Poland and Romania to say we're going to be doing it.
Yep, exactly. Yes. And if anybody else wants to take on, wants to join in, to them, period. And Russia doesn't get a say. This is not Russian. Polish planes are in Ukrainian air, and a Russian plane shoots down that Russian plane. That's not any of NATO's business. That's and if Russia decides, given that they're going to keep escalating anyway. So the most dangerous, give them an inch and they take a mile, on and on and on and on and on. That's actually the most dangerous path. When you are dealing with psychopaths, when you're dealing with malignant narcissists, et cetera, you're okay with that. We're going to take more next time. Oh, you're okay with that too. We're going to take more next time. Oh, actors are using that lead time in order to build their coordination and build their coordination and build up their arms and move their arms around, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It is, whether it's Romania, whether it's Poland, whether it's Bulgaria, whether it's Sweden, whether it's whoever. It's good.
I think that's all a Jello party at that point.
It could be. Yeah, but it's not NATO. But that entity is not, just like General Electric is not Ford Motor Company. Two different entities, period. So I see all of the countries bordering Russia, all the countries bordering Ukraine, and maybe a few more to boot. Eventually, I would like to see them set up a joint defense entity named whatever, Bozo. I don't care.
I'm going to burst, Linda.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Ukraine's
Yes, go ahead.
doing this very thing, making direct bilateral agreements with a number of other countries. Now, these are future agreements, and they are not currently, to do with the current conflict. However, it does war that's been waged against them. But this is basically, as and when this is finished, if Russia ever try this again, we have these agreements in place that these we'll do that. Now, France just recently, just like you've said, that's up. I think, to be honest, Linda, we are sort of getting somewhere close to that stage where certain individual countries may indeed make decisions by themselves. Sorry, I was just, I was going to burst.
In 3/4 too late. So tomorrow, right? Ukraine gave up its nukes. And, so the agreement that it gave up its nukes for has no meaning anymore. So give Ukraine nukes. The US has all kinds of spare nukes. Send them from the US or
this point.
True. Then that's good. That would be that's good. That would be fine.
Hey, just to let everybody know, I'm still trying to process requests.
Broken for us today. You know how this app goes. But thank you so much, Linda. Yeah, thank you so much, Linda. Yeah, and exactly that. That countries have the right to make.
Middle East is deciding that Russia is a bigger ship than their safety concerns. So they're donating stuff to Ukraine.
No, thank you. Back of your head. Thank you very much, Joey.
Yeah, I don't want to twat me in this time in the morning. Anyway, I got up because of about insomnia, and I was listening to Will speak. Ukrainian family, like we're trying to get help. We're trying to get help, but it almost makes me feel like we get help. Israel, yeah, has its problems. Israel, what else? If not longer, if you go back all the way to the Kievan Rus times, that etc. Like, wipe us off the earth. Wipe. wipe my heritage off the earth, wipe my family off the earth. I go on Reddit, I go on Twitter, and I see all parts of Ukraine getting destroyed. And it's just ridiculous. Frustration, sadness, sometimes frustration. Frustrating. F-16s, when are they ever going to turn up? Are they going to turn up when Elvis comes back? You know, it's getting to the point of ridiculousness. Ukraine will win this war, but it's the people like Mike Johnson, Trump and his influence. It's costing more and more Ukrainian lives, and not just soldiers' lives, either children's. People that don't want to fight. That Ukrainians just wanted to be Ukrainians. So my granddad ever wanted. All his family ever wanted to just be Ukrainians, not properly. Whatever they need, give it them.
Hey Joey, if I can, this is a highly complicated problem because of the Cold War and ignorance of us in the liberal democracies to learn the lessons of the Cold War. Yeah, we'll get there, but I share your valid concern that millions of additional, literally millions of additional Ukrainians need not die if they just pull their head out of their ass.
I know. The way I and my Stalingrad, they turned to the native Ukrainians or Western ethnic joining us fighting against the Germans. Ended up getting to England because, long story, but you know, he ended up getting to England. But the Germans viewed them as second-class soldiers at one point until they were building. Would end in 3 days. What this Kyiv would fall in 3 days, and here we are, nearly knocking on 800 days later, and Russia is still pissing around. Step up, because the thing with Poland, Finland, and all those countries around, they've all experienced the cruelty of Russia. They're all with so little, they're doing so much. I mean, Russia still is a bunch of dickheads. Anyway, rant over. Happy birthday again, Marcus. Hopefully my missus didn't hear any of that because she's quiet.
Thank you very much, Joey. And yeah, it's drive. Yeah, not just from a psychological point of view.
Some good news, though. Some quick good news that the. But I'd like to clarify. It's good. The EU will transfer equipment for decentralized energy generation to Ukraine. These are the big. Thing that's already moving, because you know you read this again, and I've become so jaded. I hate being that person who when they tell you something positive, you have to go when. But fuck, how many times it's weapons, and then I want to see them on Channel 1 Russia. Smoking orcs. That's the announcement I want to see of the. You know, voiceover translated by Julia Davis. That'd be mwah, that's what I want to see weapons wise. That'd be mwah, that's what I want to see weapons wise. But I don't need to hear announcements. I need to see stuff.
Tree fella, welcome up.
Good morning. Good morning and happy birthday, mockers. And now I have a slight couple of questions or a slight pushback on this Linda's idea. Let's use that would probably mean that we would need to be a part of an active part of this conflict, which would mean Finland would need to declare war to Russia. Working there, Russia would be able to bomb the shit out of Finland, or at least try, which again, a fight.
Both go together. Something like that. Let's say you put 12 into service over Western Ukraine as part of an agreement where you could fly over Ukrainian. That's it. No attacking pilots. No shooting down Russian planes. No exposing your planes to air defense. defense you down with just working over territory which would be safe to
in Black Sea, and then you were discussing about defensive and offensive warships. And do you see my point?
I see how Russia might interpret it. I see how Russia might interpret it. And a NATO member. If Finnish planes were flying above Poland and were attacked by Russian aircraft because they were shooting down Russian I suggest to you that Russia would not attack Finnish airplanes or take it as an opportunity to invade poison people overseas. They're murdering. They're executing prisoners of war. Look at the situation when Turkey shot down two of their aircraft over Syria. Russia is their unmanned vehicles to attack determined to go to war over this ability.
I wouldn't mind if we would need to open a small northern front between Russia and all.
Talking about the mine laying stuff, an ocean corridor months ago. I totally at that time, but I think this is a totally different case. And America, Britain, and France proved that it could happen.
Don't don't know what would happen if they would do. I would be happy if France would do not, but time will tell.
I'm just also thinking that France doesn't necessarily share a border with Russia either, so they're not quite in the same sort of situation with regards to, you know, expecting an
to do so, and if Russia decides to attack, Finland has the choice to invoke Article 5. At least personnel in it, then again, that is a choice that Russia makes, and they would unleash hell on earth. I am not against it though.
Our government to make a decision to deploy Finnish defense forces. That we just can't deploy. We can do peacekeeping operations probably. Again, that's from government. The defense forces can't decide on these things in Finland. I'm talking about, but I'm pretty sure that if Finland would send
text of the Article 5 doesn't actually require anybody to do anything more than send thoughts and prayers. It requires you to look at the situation and decide if you feel that you're involved. You've got to keep it as a deterrent. You've got to be willing to stick up for yourself. And that at the moment is a bit troublesome to me. But anyway, Linda.
Than any state or organization, you know, group of states or individual states that agrees might be involved also, but it is not missiles, drones. Yeah, but if there's a Ukraine, then if Poland bomber, as long as that bomber is in Ukrainian airspace. Now, that doesn't mean that, and that
It would as soon as it actively killed member of a one of the combatants, it would be considered involved.
You could be correct and I could be totally wrong, but to me that's totally
shot down by Ukrainians, and only
space, and it was obviously a bombing run and not just some mistakes and a plane and not just some mistakes and a plane accidentally crossed a border. That's a different issue. But if what's the word? Combatant. That's the word. Yeah. So if Ukraine wanted to, if launch missile factories in Russia, etc. If Poland could bomb any place in Russia, either in the air or on land, without becoming a combatant. That would make them a combatant if they were in Russia doing, stuff. Thing, that if you decide to go into Russian territory and bomb in, either planes or on the ground, whatever in Russia, then that would make you a combatant. But if you shoot down either missile be between you and Russia, NATO would have nothing. NATO is a totally separate entity, period. It's a different organization. All right,
I totally agree with all that, except for the fact that I believe the rules of armed conflict are, regardless of Thanks, Linda. I can't remember who's up next, so I'm going to go to stabilize your fin.
You were correct.
Yes, you have the order correct. Thanks. Yeah, whatever. Very typical, but typical. That. Do you remember if our mission to Afghanistan our allies and friends? Thanks.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, 4 years ago, there was stuff in the press that operation that was war. So I'm kind of like iffy if it was. I'm insignia or whatever it's called. But yeah, not 100% sure. What Linda said about if there is a plane, let's say again, let's leave NATO out of this in total. Let's say we are in Russia. There is a Finnish soldier on the ground sent by Finland, and he's shooting a Russian
Being and the Finns are there in order to help Ukraine protect itself, then that Finnish soldier has, from my way of thinking, that Finnish soldier has every right to take out those Russian soldiers, whether they're on the ground or whether they're in the air. It's Ukrainian territory, and you and and then they're acting would be crossing a boundary if they went into Russia and started shooting things up. But if they were on Ukraine things, period, same thing. Okay, I'll shut up.
here in this country, but they call it a peacekeeping
It helps, doesn't it? That helps, doesn't it? Stephen, welcome back.
Many thanks. Secondly, citizens of many nationalities. Four Belgium, three Philippines, Canada, one New Zealand, one Hong Kong, one, and there were others. One, the Battle of, I think it's Kazan, in the Syrian civil conflict, where Wagner amassed a force and deliberately attacked. And on the 24th of November 2015, they shot down a Russian Sukhoi Su-24M. Before being shot down, had penetrated Turkish airspace. Now, I'm not advocating shooting down. This didn't result in this last incident. Did not result in a of NATO nations. Maybe they were strays, and maybe they were not. Political will was, which are obviously hostile elements, were allowed to enter NATO air, or national airspace of NATO members at all, when there is a perfect precedent recently of a man
What I think of it is that Turkey had every but it was Turkey's choice. The path that they chose. They're not militarily or have to not respond military.
sorry, the NATO Article 5, but they of course did respond militarily. Sorry to interrupt.
Did they? Okay, yeah, okay. Did they respond militarily? Did they strike?
They shot down an aircraft, Linda. Quick note, air alarms are on in Crimea, and the Crimean Kerch Bridge is closed. In fact, stuff. Carry on, Shaggy. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Happy birthday, mockers. Hope you're going to be having a good day. I will. However, in a peacekeeper role, in a peacekeeping capacity in Ukraine, and anything that comes near those, then yeah, defend them in a peacekeeping role. So.
Yeah, I like the idea of peacekeeping forces.
It also is. Yeah, there may be a bit of FAFO going on there, but you just tell the Russians they're peacekeepers. You just tell the Russians they're peacekeepers. They're defending civilian infrastructure. Don't target them. And
US troops in Europe, World War II. Do you know or remember what was the kind of order of things in US when they deployed troops to Europe to fight against Germany? Did they send them as peacekeepers, or did they first declare war to Germany and then send troops? Do you happen to know?
no, I don't know. I'm assuming it was the latter. But yeah, I don't actually know. I know that when Japan hit Pearl Harbor, then that became a state of war because it was an attack on US sovereign territory. I got a feeling the US needed a bit of a Pearl Harbor moment again to get involved a bit more in this current war as well. I'm kind of steadily half hoping.
Clarification, Linda, the Hague Conventions and the Hague Conventions in 1907 specifically to describe a belligerent is that any participant, it doesn't say wherever they're at. So belligerents in the war. If they're there on behalf of their government, they become belligerents in the war under the Hague Conventions. But it doesn't say anything about shooting down their murder weapons. So there's that.
Go ahead, Linda.
And Linda, I think you're up next, Linda.
Yeah, Will, what you just said, that needs to be in my mind as a system. Then they would be
back then belligerent instead of
okay.
combatant. You become a party to that conflict.
Okay. So that's how it's written right now. There's that. So even if that is the way that it is right now, I think it needs to be, in my opinion, it needs to be updated because it's illogical. And then Shaggy, I have a question for you. Peacekeeper. What would the peacekeeper under what the role of a peacekeeper in NATO? Because those are two different things. And yeah.
Aria, morning.
And I personally
Oh, hello.
am opposed to using. I'm personally opposed to using militaries as peacekeepers. Militaries are not police; they are war makers, not police forces, and they have suffered due to people's want to go to war. You say if they need help.
With thoughts on the discussion. As far as equipment and advisors, right, versus actual there's a difference between being a belligerent and being a combatant, right? And advise. Commanding artillery batteries or actually flying air sorties, right? The amount of Russian and pilots that were flying around in Vietnam, or maybe it was. I agree with Will. They tend to be very ineffectual. They tend to get killed because they're not. They tend to get killed because they're not trained for that, and they are not properly supported or repeatedly. They did ask us to close the skies.
I don't think that's going to happen if it didn't. I don't now. They need the weapon systems. They need what they're asking for, and they can do it. That being said, I agree on sending advisors. Right, they can, and there is a big difference between doing that and sending peacekeepers. Right, and if you send peacekeepers in, and Russia decides, screw it, I don't care, and the peacekeepers get attacked, now you're in a direct conflict with Russia, which has real repercussions. I know some people want that and think that will be a good and think that will be a good outcome to all of this, but I forgot it. I didn't write it down. Thank you.
And personnel that can be military, but it is mostly military personnel who are volunteering to do those peacekeeping tasks. And I don't army. Just like I said, the UN is the one that does most peacekeeping actions. Some day to you mockers.
Thank you. That was actually, I quite appreciated your singing. So for once,
looking forward to tell you to say happy birthday to you. Subject you to my singing, but from my heart, happy birthday. And people, you have seen Mockers, what amazing job she's doing every day here with us. And please donate. 47 is a great number. So Ukraine peacekeeping is kind of late for peacekeeping right now. Peacekeeping would have been useful at the beginning of the war when Russia invaded. Itself, maybe for example, Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant would be a very interesting spot for peacekeeping. But again, peacekeeping usually is done by UN, is decided by the UN Security Council. And guess who? And because, Russia was opposed to this. Also, to this. Also, there may be other types of peacekeeping not involving Ukraine from being invaded. Right now,
I was people, and the UN very rarely responds, even with token action, when there are violations against peacekeepers. In that respect, you'll get help with the mining from the UN. And even if they did, Russia would not respect it, and they wouldn't do anything about it. It's just a sad reality, and I hope one day that changes and the world can get its act together and actually get a but I do pray that changes. Just
Sorry. So, Decoding has a question or comment about this, I guess. Go ahead, Decoding. How are you? Comment.
So-called peacekeeping has a long history in Ukraine. I myself worked on some concept documents while I was unarmed peacekeeper. And Russia's entire model for taking over Ukraine involved peacekeepers. So what was supposed to happen, Plan A, Russian patsy taking over and inviting Russian peacekeepers in. And those Russian peacekeepers would have discovered the atrocities in Bucha. And Russia has there's an organization in its military structure called peacekeepers. They're literally called peacekeepers. And Iona will recognize this from her knowledge of Moldova. The Russian armed forces in Moldova are peacekeepers. Same thing in Ossetia and other places. So as other institutionalization of the troll that Russia is there. Russia is there as a disinterested observer, and sadly, the organization I worked for, the of Russia's membership of the OSCE, and because of certain the great powers were still trying to get Ukraine to capitulate. The idea was that Russia are disinterested observers. It was nonsense. It was always nonsense. And so the idea that you have peacekeepers between is just another moniker for either easily just by threatening, like the English, French, Italian, Americans could have just accepted an invitation, a formal invitation from Ukraine. NATO or someone will say, "Oh, we'll be your peacekeepers now, and we'll keep the peace," because they, you know, if they were willing to do that, why wouldn't they have saved the lives of the 100,000 Ukrainians in Mariupol and everyone who's died since then? So yeah, they either get from Ukrainian plights, and we've seen with the Israel issue, this is very easy to do, but for some reason, this troll arrived by promoting these ideas that, oh, we couldn't do of interventions in Libya and in Kosovo, and yeah, and someday we will get to the stage where we troll, and the people in Mariupol will still feel for 200 years at how they were abandoned. But we're still fighting a war, so no time for bitterness, no time to cry. We want to keep going out.
No-fly zone initially, right? If we had done that before the initial Russian invasion, second invasion, I disagree as to doing that now. And I disagree as far as the assessment with Israel and the air defense. And I'd like to make two. in the middle of the night, to the best of my knowledge, unless they've gotten something much better than they used to have. So it is a little different, right? Whereas flying over Ukraine, NATO or American planes would get into direct conflict with both Russian air defense systems and Russian planes. And that is very different. The second thing to remember is the defense of Israel by multiple countries, including Jordan, which is no friend of Israel, was not done altruistically. It was done out of self-serving reasons, right? If they hadn't done that, there would have been mass destructions and mass casualties. They did it. They did it so they can now say to the Israelis, look, do not retaliate. Strike anywhere in Russia, which means no more Russian refineries, and that they halt initially wanted with this before being a good option. The aid does not come free. There are reasons for it, and come to remember. And I haven't seen anybody here do it, but I have seen a few pro Ukrainian accounts, who are very angry and right. It's the axis of evil. Iran is attacked. Is interconnected. You can't say you support one and not the other, opposed to in negative terms. But just something I literally parroting things I've seen from Russian propaganda on that and on that. So I appreciate
fighters, and they are equipped to be able to shoot down some of the planes that were shooting down. Not true to say they don't have an air force. That air force did not engage the NATO, not engage. For the obvious good reasons.
Force was to directly go into Iran and start carrying out strikes. They might be able to shoot down a plane. until the all the equipment and support equipment has been sent over. So they are not sent over. So they are not actually, I may be wrong on this. I'm going off of open source.
No. I'm not asking for a no-fly zone. I'm asking for a shoot down all Russian missile zone west of a line between Kiev and Odessa, in which planes flying in there from the donor countries Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, the places where they are being glide bombed to death right now, and it and the only comparison I'll make with Israel is the American, British, and French pilots who participated in that did so with no pre-planning, no exercising, none of the preparations that were say are necessary to coordinate that thing. They just decided they were going to do it. And if Poland and Romania from Russian aircraft or surface-based Russian air defense and
crossed, maybe you get a nice birthday present by karma,
No.
You
Funny
deserve
you should
something
say
nice.
that. Funny you should say that because there's a lot of smoke emanating from the base of the 810, I believe, at Sebastopol.
Kind of like trade Israel with Ukraine, but like, okay, we're not gonna support Israel, There's many Israelis been helping Ukraine, even if the government was not openly doing it. So shut down. It's just because in Ukraine in Ukraine. So if they want to fly in Ukraine, they need to go in there with civilian aircraft, seek permissions, go through all the paperwork. Space and think you're not being shut down. In Russia, we don't give a shit. If they just stayed in there and flooded each other with shit, that'd be fine to watch, like they're doing now with Russian jet west of Kiev. I can't remember that this happened ever since they've been beaten back.
Day 3.
Exactly. Like that was the last time. So west of Kiev, you could establish a no-fly zone with zero risk of engaging with Russian jets. All you purely just Russian propaganda that worked our heads. And I think it's long called for because so we should have like our jets there helping Ukraine, just shooting down missiles in order for the air defense assets that are not aircraft be able to be moved, like to Kharkiv, closer to the front to prevent those FABs being dropped on our Ukrainian soldiers, right? So I think there is it's a no-brainer. As the West or the United States asked Ukraine not to attack Russian refineries, Russian energy infrastructure. And they're back. I think the difference between Ukraine and Israel on the person where it comes from, partially I think certainly Jake Sullivan and team, but
Unfortunately, I don't think that's a boat. I think that down from the tip of the peninsula down toward the base. and it does look like there's multiple. There's a whole large motor pool of vehicles and a large. But the Marine Infantry base that is directly south of there on. Would you settle for a burning fuel?
That's still pretty good, yeah.
Oh, the day's young.
That's still pretty
The
good.
day's young. We'll get you a boat. The day's young.
So Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, just on the Americans and Israel's allies have said we'll defend you, but we're not going to take part in any reprisal attacks against Iran. Yeah, fair enough. However, I'm pretty sure the Americans haven't said to Israel, no, you will not be using American planes to target anything outside of your sovereign territory. Other countries' weapons to target I've forgotten to mention that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I totally understand. I would call it the. I kind of like that name. I'm sorry, it's mulling that over my head. The American. Countries rebalance and start paying all of they were going to do, and then you can speak to the Americans on a. Honest, because you won't always have to be asking for permission. The most effective, quote unquote, war stopping, peacekeeping effort, war. Only required him to follow his normal rules of engagement. He didn't have to, engagement. He didn't have to, they didn't have to get a committee of Americans and anybody else.
because every time when we have these conversations that we are having now, you know, like, and I'm not talking about our military why this is a bad idea and why this can't happen. We like, I mean, I love the Americans for how they helped us so far in there in this state anymore. They're trying to steer us into the direction of doing the wrong things, and then not to always need to ask the Americans for help or for their opinion. Scholz, I'm looking at you here. Coming in the near future, the costs will be orders of magnitude higher, not only in money but in blood. We need to prevent it. It's a scary outlook.
To waffle on for Genesis, man. So really quickly, Will, and I believe it was Fancy, phenomenal idea as far as no-fly zone in the West. I completely agree with that. As far as the U.S. has started restricting certain weapons to Israel, and there are systems like the refueling jets that would allow, or the refueling have delayed for a very long period of time. There are also agreements in place. For making their own planes and becoming dependent. There's several reasons ranging from economic to political why this is done, and it allows the United States to control to maintain a large amount of political control over Israel. Not that they control Israel, but that they can stop it. Sorry, the dog. That they can you know, if Israel is doing something they don't want or don't like, they can make threats, right? Whether or not the threats are open or not. And there are reasons for this that I don't think are the same as in Ukraine. Again, we do need to be doing a hell of a lot more for Ukraine.
Going rah. So yeah, one of
The Curse Bridge for you today, and we could all celebrate your birthday with the Curse Bridge burning down.
it is closed
Well,
currently.
no, I get that, people. Yeah, it's closed. I know all that, but that's because they've hit the day for you, mockers. But it is only what 12 o'clock there, so we still, you know, hopefully. Oh, and by the way, so Shaggy, top shout on NATO's Foreign Legion for the Yanks. That's an excellent analogy, and yeah, we should shut the airspace.
With air defense or like a no-fly zone over Western Ukraine. You know, I mean, I think we are talking now about like purely hypothetics because no country in the West really is like seeming ready for it. I don't know. It might be in the future if there needs to be a mass casualty event and mass exodus to happen before the help comes. And I unfortunately think that we are like this in Europe at least. We have not woken up with Nova Kakhovka. So I think the first needs to be mass exodus that puts Europe on a pressure point until we do something. And on this, I want to latch on mass exodus and why I think no-fly or a few more attacks like this. There will be problem if being next, you know. That could then supply takes out all the Ukrainian energy capability, even if there is supply through this that Russia this this point, it was necessary to fly in with aircraft. I think when F-16s are around, maybe that's going to improve for the Ukrainians, that they can shoot down some themselves. But I think still we need to Russian pilots and Russian ground forces, and in our infrastructure, I think that would make a hell lot of sense.
The Hudson Institute expert in naval operations and electronic warfare. And he says that Ukraine could indeed take down the Kerch Bridge really easily if they just had some first you would need to attack the fortified upper part of the structure, which would require at least 20 to 40 long-range missiles with a payload of more than 500 pounds. Now, they don't have enough aircraft to carry out such a one-time attack. Aircraft that it has to launch them with. Clark further stated that once the upper structures of the bridge were bombarded with missiles, it would then be be necessary to attack the base. This could indeed involve using unmanned surface ships to crash into True, nothing is known of the existence of or the actual full capability. But he said so far he feels and coordinate their influence on the bridge all at once to simulate something much larger. So it would indeed be a very difficult planning and acting out of something very coordinated using a bit that I don't think they necessarily need to bomb the surface part of the bridge. If they were able to do something to take out a part of the supporting structure, I see no reason to hit the top. Well, there you go. Oyvind, welcome up.
Thank you. I heard Kurt's bridge. Yeah, it's a little bit special. On pylons. That is stick. Maybe the bridge will go. Thank you.
Thanks, Oyvind. Yeah, attacking the pilings is a good idea because that is a go, I think, which is why Storm Shadow would be so effective. It can go puncture through the deck for explosion. But a number of fourth item in the nest is the challenge to do a donation for Mocker's birthday. I put mine in. Liz has done it. A couple other people piled on. If you can make a donation to MriyaReport.org for Mocker's birthday, she'll be very happy and won't cry. Trust me. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't cry often, to be honest, but just recently, you know, there's been a few things that have got me. Anyway. The start. What does Russia have as? And what are they? They are money and bluff. 20 years. Right. Yeah, that don't seem right either, does it? And Russia is trying to do it. He did kind of expect that they would, I don't know, be riding across Eastern in the West with their nuclear button. It's kind of been turned and was actually a real force. and then it was sort of stopped in its tracks, because that too was a total bluff. The Ukrainian army it leads across the countryside like they expected to have done. Iran attacking Israel may have indeed been part of the mass drama that I expected, to be honest. I woke up expecting to be, you know, oh my God, I woke up else. Rising oil prices, unlike Ukraine's bombing of Russian refineries, it would is totally illogical, but a war over there between Iran and Israel. So it's clear that Russian agents have we are fully aware that refineries do not they seem to be carrying out some sort of banzai type attacks in Ural trucks without any armor, and an advance of several kilometers and the capture of a couple of villages with no major strategic significance is about all they're really capable of at this point. Gets worse every day. Its real inflation figures are somewhere closer to 17 instead of 7.5%. After the Iranian attack, it's possible that aid to Ukraine, which is tied into the bill. Oh God, cross your fingers for that one, really. Cross. However, in other parts of its hybrid war, it's doing very, very well. All too successfully, in fact. possibility of, oh, you know, we might have to actually stand up for ourselves. Well, you know what? The sooner we start doing it, the better. Events and geopolitical stuff. There is a general consensus of opinion, but they are trying to drag Iran into some sort of conflict now. And to me, that shows an additional struggling. I mean, that very thing kicked off in the first place due to Russia's influence. So but actually, this may in the end you know, American politics. Oh, sorry, I found it even hard to say that then. My mind was going, what is it? What's that thing you're trying to forget about? Yeah, but I would say I need to say upon it because it's do or do not do.
I'm walking my dog. We do this swap. That's what we did. And which I find quite ironic and funny and sort of disturbing.
They're in places where they absolutely have no business being, and just that reading out the first bit there of who's in charge of which part, and I was just like, what are
things that we hear every day. For example, to assert a certain, you know, support, but it's not really there. It's not sit with Ukraine, but standing help. So yeah, I just wanted to right.
Exactly. The message has got to be right, hasn't it? And yeah, to victory, I would say, rather than as long as it takes. We're here with them to victory. And that, you know, really nice and easy to say. And
channels are talking about 2 missiles going towards the bridge, Crimea bridge. So let's hope that they can hit them. I mean, the Russians can't hit them, and the bridge
bridge on fire, sung in, you know, birthday after all. So oh, in honor of my birthday, and you know what that is. Remember where it is. So oh, you confident, that one. Russia are losing. He foresees their reasons for their defeat. Strong Ukrainian resistance with current situation with sanctions, and Putin's constrained access to accurate so I'll just finish this before I go to you, Arya, because it's not much. So much. In Crimea, the notion that Russia's nuclear capability has guaranteed them success. Scenario ceasefire. So the war signifies you and have dispelled illusions about Putin's Russia being strong and invincible. In fact, Feng's analysis it's up to us to defend these things now, and that is a thing expertise of his country's Russia specialist. It was just a little something. It was just a little something that I thought was worth noting out loud. And
a government agent, right? They have Russia experts within their military and government that they use and get their reports from. It's not the independent that he would feel safe saying something like this. And I wonder, playing all ends of the propaganda, spectrum and preparing for every eventuality, so then they can point, to whatever articles and experts they have, being like, look, we
Hang on a second. That's my Twitter playing in the background. Sorry about that. Yeah. When you were saying Peking University, maybe laugh for two reasons. One, I think it's Beijing now.
That's the reality. I think many what I mean by that is, I think we have underestimated them, which is ironic, really, because certainly the academic Phillips P. O'Brien, who is Twitter, I contested him and challenged him consistently in (2022) was one of largely mocking Russia, rightly so, under many points because of their military circumventing sanctions, and have clearly got allies that are providing them with drones. They're finding the ability to increase missile production, and they clearly have a significant advantage in artillery that has largely always been the case, apart from, I think, about 3 months. Cost, because even the most drug-addled alcoholic they can still kill a Ukrainian soldier. And Ukraine does not have the luxury of willfully is talking about the increasing progress of the Russian rail network that is, I think, going essentially from Crimea through to Rostov via MriyaReport, Berdyansk, Melitopol. Doing well in the context of its ability to prosecute the ongoing. Let's just be mindful, and I'll probably leave it at that. Thank you.
For sure. Whatever we're doing. So it's like a constant game. It fully, perhaps.
Here that railway signal boxes are very, very flammable.
They are. Going to need to post a guard on every single one of those boxes. Yeah, that they do seem to have some real rail problems at the moment. There's a lot of derailment going on as well.
I wrote a interesting thread maybe 3 or 4 days ago now, basically saying the same thing as well. So So while I do like the mocking of them and the tales of woe, and I love that, it doesn't mean to say we take our eye off the ball and settle back and think it's all going to be lovely. We need to keep the pedal to the metal and pressure for more stuff. So.
One more tale of woe for you before I leave for the day, because Tim's been a little bit helpful for the day. Yes, because Prigozhin owned a lot of companies prior to horrendous quality. We see some stuff that just looked like dirty water in a can, stuff like that. Well, that came from Prigozhin's food company, as you might imagine. And so they've lost. Good for info. Reports that the financial statements for companies that belong to Prigozhin CMC LLC and its subsidiaries lost nearly 104 million rubles, or 1.1 million dollars. That's the one, freedom pounds. Four construction companies headed by Pavel have also lost 1. Complexes in the Prigozhin predictably, the company's income from military went off a cliff. So the Russian MOD's procurement arm has now reportedly refused to renew any contracts in 2023. Which is, I wonder who she knows. Is all I'm going to say on that one. But that's a heck of a profit when your brother's losing hand over fist, isn't it? Yeah, so I wonder who she knows.
I was thinking something a lot more rude. oldest profession in the world.
Well, yeah, you see, when you've got a hotel as well, you know, you've got space for that sort of thing. It is one of those things. Now, last night there was, oh no, not last night, on April the 12th, present, a ban has been introduced on all flights from Belgorod International. Don't know about any major damage, but still, I thought that was quite fun to know that always a few days later, these things just
front for
deciding not to source, you know, the pigs. Yeah, and the thing is, the food actually might get better. This gas station, and there was a lot of military vehicles there, and they got blown up. Well, apparently that was their humanitarian aid delivery that got blown up as well, or at least that's what they're telling us. But yeah, so that could have been the week's food as well, and going, this was all our humanitarian aid.
Chicken street. My ex-wife. Hungarian. They love chicken. Hungarian. They love chicken street over there. And I mean, I'm sorry, I just couldn't absorb.
What's that? And she, the lady grinned at me and she went, duck. And I went, duck? And she went, duck bottom. And it was the little triangular bottom part of a duck, the little tail bit that waggles. And they were a delicacy.
5,000-10,000 years ago was able to convince his community or her community that chickens his community. Beyond gross, but it's interesting that that, in many countries where, have food you would tend to find more repulsive have become delicacies. But I find chickens to be people. It was the people with the factories would throw it away, and people would buy it only if they were really, really, really poor. And then some guy at a bar decided, hey, if I spice these up and give them out for free instead of peanuts, and will pay more for a meal of wings than they'll pay to go get a meat meal or a rotisserie chicken or something, which is insane to me. But it's just very under totalitarian repression, right? Now, I wouldn't eat any part of the pig. But it's interesting. So it's interesting how we all get into our own headspaces about what foods are, palatable and what foods aren't, and how that changes over cultural lines. And I mean, assuming you're not eating live animals or people, I really don't care what you eat. That's between you and your stomach, and if you believe God, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
And cooking for a little while. And I remember it's neither here nor there. Oxtails are delicious, y'all.
Well, they basically found something that they had a lot of, and said, this, we're going to make food out of this because it that you can pretty much add anything to it sort of dish. was the whole point of finding good food out of you and see what happened. Shaggy.
Yeah, exactly, mockers. That's how I make stew. I kind of make one with various ingredients, and then I've still got some left over the next day to see what's about to go off in the fridge. An ox's tail, and says they make some soup. I'll be like, you know,
Is that what it is?
oh yeah, there we go. So that's what.
And let's just say it took me about half. I used a priest to hit a salmon over the head with. Actually, no, sorry, it wasn't a salmon. It was a carp in someone's garden. We decided to eat it, and yeah, I still think about that poor fish today. Enjoy yourselves, and you know what I want for my birthday, don't you? I want a little donation, please, to the MriyaReport. Current fundraiser, which is yes, there. Enjoy it, because I just thought that was super. And now I'm off. Ta-ra!
It's,
There was a gap somewhere that I felt.
didn't know until a couple of years ago that borscht referred to anything other than a beet, a drink made from basically beets. And it's green. And then that blew my mind. And then it wasn't until I started listening to the MriyaReport that I learned that it also in certain countries report that a potluck stew with whatever you could put multiple different variations and meanings. It's just very fascinating. So I think the soup is done.
Like that. But we do, if you live in the north, odds are that you know a hunter because that's moose stew. It's really good. Well,
Sorry, I
Tim
was
is
just updating. I was just updating the title. What was the question? I beg your pardon. I was just
brutal.
not especially. Gosh, I'm trying to think. But yeah, no, I don't know. Not really.
In pork. In some you can put in pork and you can is, but it's a tradition in Sweden and I completely forgot about it. Thank you. Arya, you're next.
A bear tastes like? I'm very curious.
It just tastes like chicken. It's quite kind of dark. It's quite rich. It's like imagine quite rich. No, Arya says no. No.
Booyah, go ahead.
I went to dinner at some relatives.
Oh no, Tim is having audio issues. I think you have to recycle. Go ahead, Shaggy.
I had what I thought what I thought was kidneys in a Belgian restaurant.
Had. I've had liver and I've had kidneys, I think. Heart, I know for sure, because that is actually quite common to kind of dry and you kind of make jerky out of it. So, but brain, no, nope, I don't, and also no eyeballs. That's also a no.
Why are cicadas kosher?
So it's acceptable. That's the best answer I can give you. Yes, so you can eat cicada. Sex.
Quite good. I wouldn't touch it now, but anyway, Tatars small pieces and try the tribe soup.
Yeah, my mum made me eat tripe and onions once. It's apparently as a Northern English delicacy type thing. Only once. That was disgusting.
Okie dokie. So, unless any more horrible food takes, or indeed biblical food takes, take your pick. We'll move on. Can't hear Stephen.
Me neither.
this.
I have to say that this app is infuriating with all the technical glitches that there are. Entered in that has been allowed to enter into this application, or he is in an order to silence the speakers.
Yeah, that's good advice. That and you had also clear the cache as well. You had also clear the cache as well, just in case Twitter's.
Clubhouse is a buggy system too, or an application. So it's listen. Hallelujah! Yes, we
Welcome.
Finally, yes, yeah. It's quite easy to forget that in his area of significant food shortages, which indeed led, as they did in Ukraine, led as uses of all body parts of animals, and yeah, it's not right. Has been fairly forward in its support for Ukraine, but yeah, I can't remember who it was who commented on the bunnies. At least in part of totalitarian societies, Efrafa, if anybody remembers, society, a board outside which could never exist in the modern world. advertising of them, and it said water trip down. You've read the book.
Vegetarian and we weren't poor, but it was still like something, you know, you'd have maybe 2 meals a week that featured meat and 1 meal.
Sorry, do you mind if I cut in?
Of course.
I mean, meat indeed, for many centuries, was a luxury food item, and there were meat byproducts even more frequently. And I have one more little anecdote from my childhood. There was a regional a butcher from Northern England who I admired, and he was the umpire at cricket matches that my father used to play in. Named Mr. Cranston, and
Oh dear, very good, very good. Okay, so speaking of, no, I've got no sausage segues here, so I'm just going to. A bunch of dosh for the SBU. Of those is the Alpha Special Forces element, and we've got a pretty good relationship with them. We've raised money for them in the past to buy them special combat trousers, and nice birthday present by donating to the SBU fundraiser. Wouldn't that be lovely, Jenny? Is Jenny still here? Am I still here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No,
Okay, here we go.
I just had to double check on my son who decided not to go to school today. Make sure that, he eats so he survives. Otherwise, I have to answer to his dad why the kid just died. And I prefer not to. So I'm not saying how much you should donate, but you know, 50 would be a good number. It's close enough. It's higher than her actual birthday, but it's a nice and round number. Just saying. And it's kind of in between her and Chuck's.
Just digesting at the moment, so if you've got anything, please do go ahead.
There is a lack of medication in occupied Luhansk. Has been destroyed during battle, and the Russian to military leadership on Telegram. But I see that Ioana has a hand.
Both because it's Monday and lately I'm doing my update by outbound with the you know precision that that I might have missed some ships because lately there is a lot of some ships. If you are wondering why there is a difference, why there are more outbound than inbound, this is not DI Excellence is one of them, 180,000 tons. Those big ships are going to Yuzhny, and usually they are carrying iron ore or things like this. Two left, Cape Trader and Highland, both of may have margin of error. Until today is at 39 million tons, which is absolutely amazing. It's about 5 to 6 millions above the grain deal not really 8 because at the beginning six based on as I said, the ships of high capacity, big capacity, that high capacity, big capacity, that around the levels of February and March. Both of those months, the total level was close to 8 million tons per month. In February, it was 7.7. In March, there are ships that I didn't